This meeting to order and welcome. I'd like to call the February 18th, 2021 regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission to order at 6:02 p.m. Please turn off your cell phones. And I just realized I hadn't done that on mine. So everybody take a minute and make sure you put your phones on silent. Always, I'm glad I have that in there because I wouldn't turn them all off otherwise. Let's see, and please also mute your microphone when you're not speaking. So agendas for this meeting are available online. Next item is roll call. Let the record reflect that 5 of the planning commissioners are present. And we begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll get the flag up there. So ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It'll be so nice when we're back in the same room and we can stay better in sync, but in the meantime, we shall persevere. Let's see, we continue with special arrangements for tonight's Planning Commission meeting due to COVID-19 pandemic. Pursuant to the State of California Executive Order number N-29-20 and the amended County Health Order dated March 18th, 2020, which limits gatherings to no more than 10 people, members of the public will only be allowed to participate in meetings electronically. Tonight's meeting can be accessed and watched at the city's live website feed at https://encinitasca.gov/agendas-webcasts. Normally, the Planning Commission is also available for viewing on Channel 19 on Cox Communications and Channel 24 on Time Warner Cable, and also Channel 99 on ATT Uverse. Unfortunately, again tonight, Cox, somebody's got a live mic, please. Unfortunately, tonight, Cox, Spectrum, AT&T Uverse are unavailable due to the ongoing broadcast room renovations at City Hall. Public comments must be submitted via email. Tonight's agenda describes the process in detail, but I will summarize it. Written public comments to the Planning Commission must be submitted via email by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting and will be forwarded to the entire Planning Commission. To make oral public comments during the meeting, including oral communications, comments on consent calendar, or comments on regular agenda items, you must register by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to join the electronic meeting. Members of the public speaking to the commission will not be shown on video. They will be able to watch and listen and speak when called upon. Each speaker may address the commission for up to 3 minutes or in accordance with the time period established by the chair. The next item up is oral communications. We start each meeting with oral communications where anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda may request to do so by following the process as previously described. Dina, do we have any oral communications?
Yes, we do. We do have one speaker, and that would be Steve Norton.
Okay.
Hello.
Go ahead, Steve. We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you for this opportunity, Planning Commission members. I gave the following presentation to council members last night and have also sent you a copy of the following, but feel it's also important to read it to you in case you haven't had the opportunity to review it. As follows. As long-term residents of a single-family home off of La Costa Avenue in Northwest Leucadia, my wife and I have been closely following the recent and very rapid development of our area. That development includes the imminent opening of the very large Alila Maria Hotel at La Costa N101 and the numerous proposed houses, apartments, hotels, and multi-use developments in the mere 1 mile corridor from the I-5 to the 101 and slightly south from there. As daily walkers to Ponto Beach, we've been increasingly more concerned about our safety and that of bicyclists along La Costa Avenue, a 2-lane road without an elevated off-road sidewalk, unlike almost every other major transit road within our city. Not only have the car speeds remained in excess of the posted 35 miles per hour limit, but as you very well know, drivers have become ever more distracted with the advent of cell phones, and I'm sorry to say the perceived need to remain constantly connected to their work, family, and friends. Consequently, during our walks, we are constantly at risk with our eyes always focused on, excuse me.
Sounds like a cell phone.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Keep going.
Largely because of the absence of a proper off-road sidewalk and of course, the very hazardous La Costa Vulcan Avenue intersection. I speak to you tonight, however, in light of the city's very recent notice of preparation of a draft environmental impact report for the proposed Maria Village mixed-use development project just south of the new Alila Maria Hotel. Specifically, within that notice, it states that the EIR will focus on 16 different environmental issues. The 14th is a quote, transportation, which can be interpreted in a number of different ways, although I suspect that it does not include traffic and public safety. We would like to suggest to all you members tonight that traffic and public safety should be a standalone topic of study and one at the top of the priority list for investigation, not the 14th out of 16 items, if in fact it is even included in the city's definition of transportation. Given the very serious traffic issues already highlighted in the February 2020 traffic study for the proposed apartment complex at La Costa and Vulcan, we simply cannot imagine any comprehensive EIR that does not address the major traffic and public safety issues and implications for La Costa Avenue, which the city managers hopefully continue to support, maintaining as a 2-lane road. In sum, we ask that the city ensure that the forthcoming EIR fully addresses this very important topic, one which the city managers claim is of utmost importance when considering any future development within our city. And I might add, traffic and public safety should be thoroughly addressed before any future developments within this very small quadrant of our city. Specifically, the Alila Maria Hotel, Maria Village, the 1967 Vulcan Avenue apartment complex, and the likely development at Surfers Point are all within a mere 1/4 of a mile of each other. Please think of the huge associated traffic and public safety issues before going ahead with these proposed developments. Thanks in advance for your considerations. Stephen Meg Norton, 283 La Costa Avenue. Good evening.
Thank you. Okay, that was the oral communications. Are there any changes to the published agenda?
There are no changes.
Okay, thank you. And so we now move on to the main part of our agenda. The agenda is normally divided into consent calendar, regular agenda, and commission reports. First up is the consent calendar. These items are considered non-controversial or routine in nature. All consent calendar items are typically voted on collectively in a single motion without any staff presentation, public comment, or commission deliberation. However, if a member of the public or a commissioner has requested a consent item be heard, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and be given a full individual hearing. Items removed from the consent calendar will be heard individually immediately after the consent calendar vote. Tonight's consent calendar is made up of 5 items. Item 6A, Beacons Beach Landscape Restoration Plan, case number multi 003977-2020. This item is a public hearing to consider a major use permit and coastal development permit request to install landscaping and revegetate the bluff face at Beacons Beach access point, consisting of native planted plants and native hydroseed mix, removal of non-native plants for erosion control, and long-term maintenance of this vegetation. A temporary construction staging area will be located at the south end of the existing parking lot. The public parking lot and public access point will remain open during the installation of this scope of work. The project is located at 948 Neptune Avenue, which is Beacons Beach in Leucadia. The next item is item 6B, the Palm Residence, case number multi 003276-2019. This item is a public hearing to consider a design review permit, parcel map waiver and coastal development permit for the conversion of an existing 3-unit condominium to a 2-unit condominium, an interior remodel, and exterior facade upgrades. This project is located at 2599 Montgomery Avenue in Cardiff by the Sea. Item 6C is approval of the minutes for the regular Planning Commission meeting of December 3rd, 2020. Item 6D is the approval of the minutes for the regular Planning Commission meeting of December 17th, 2020. And finally, item 6E is approval of the minutes for the regular Planning Commission meeting of January 21st, 2021. Did the public request any item be pulled from consent calendar?
We do have a speaker for item 6A.
6A, okay. And so does any commissioner wish to pull any other items from the consent calendar?
Commissioner Ehlers, I do not have I also want to hear the Beacons Beach staff report, but I also need to recuse myself from the Palm residence. I'm working on a project which is adjacent to that site, so I'll need to recuse myself from any votes on the consent agenda for that item.
Okay. So let's see. So it sounds like we have remaining on the consent calendar 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E with Brett recusing himself from the vote on 6B. Are there any disclosures on any of these items? Okay. We will now vote on the consent calendar, and that's the 4 items on the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, and of course, that'll reflect that I think we can all vote in one vote, but Brett will be recused on item 6B, right?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And I think we have a motion to second. Call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow with your recuse.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Flicker
Aye.
and Commissioner Sheridan.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. So next thing is items removed from the consent calendar. The first item the only item we'll consider is 6A Beacons Beach. Let's see. Are there any disclosures on this item? Okay. We'll begin with a staff report presented by Associate Planner Todd Moreau. Or Todd's in the room. Oh, there's Todd. You guys are in such a small little box. It's hard to see the faces as easily.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep.
The screen, did you? Did I? I don't know. Can you guys see the screen or no?
No, not yet.
Okay. Escape. Go back to, yeah. Did you click on share screen? Minimize that. Or click on that, yeah. Okay, here. Yep, full screen. Right there. Full screen. And then choose the PowerPoint one. Share. There we go. Now you can start the slideshow. Go back. Yes. Oh, not working. All right, there you go. All right. Sorry about that. You guys hear me and see the screen?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is the Beacons Beach Bluff Landscape Restoration Plan. The proposed project is located at 948 Neptune Avenue and includes a proposal for a major use permit and coastal development permit request to install landscaping consisting of a hand-planted plants and native hydroseed mix and removal of non-native plants on the bluff face for erosion control and long-term maintenance of vegetation of the Beacons Beach access point. The current access path to the beach will remain open during the landscape removal and installation. A temporary staging area will occur in the existing parking lot above, and no physical structures are proposed with this request. The site is located there, highlighted in red. It is zoned R11 and Ecological Resource Open Space Park Zone. It's also in the Coastal Bluff Overlay Zone and within the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction. The scope of the work remains east of the mean high tide line, making the coastal development permit decision within the city's jurisdiction. The Planning Commission is the authorized agency for reviewing and granting discretionary approvals for proposed development in the Coastal Bluff Overlay Zone. And you can see essentially, this is Neptune here. It's basically surrounded by residences to the north and south, and then to the east, and then the Pacific Ocean there to the west. This is the zoning context. As you can see, there's the R11 zone. It's shaded in the brown color here. And then the EROSPK zone all the way down to the sand is also shown shaded here in green. That is the split zone, basically where it aligns. The existing parking lot and parking lot improvements, which for the most part are zoned R11, will be utilized as a temporary staging area. That's in this general area up here, within the south 8 parking stalls of the parking lot. The proposed landscape restoration plan is located on the bluff base, which is west and seaward of the existing parking lot. So generally, most of it is occurring in the open space park zone. And as indicated, the dirt trail providing access is not a part of the project. The overall goal of the restoration program is to create self-sustaining native southern coastal bluff scrub habitat that will stabilize soils, lessen erosion along the bluff and trail, and enable continued access to Beacons Beach along the existing trail. To achieve this, the goal has a series of restoration activities described as planned, including planting and establishment of native plant species in place of non-native plant species, planting or seeding of bare coastal bluff areas to minimize surface erosion from wind, rain, and ground leaching, beautification of the bluff with native flowering plant species, increased carbon sequestration through increased habitat, which is part of the climate action plan, and then it complies with the CAP adaptation efforts, which requires coastal bluff improvements. And basically, the 2 plans here show the project area here in blue. That's just general and how it basically looks today, where you can see the sandy sections of the bluff. You can see the existing pathway, pedestrian pathway that zigzags essentially down the bluff base, and then it tears off down towards the bottom there. And then the proposed plan there is basically, or not the proposed, the existing conditions of the vegetation communities are described here in this section here. So the pink refers to basically ice plant that's non-native. The yellow is acacia. And then there's some maritime succulent scrub down here, this kind of lighter green color. And then the unvegetated sections are this darker green section, which you can kind of see mimic the existing aerial condition here. And then there's southern coastal bluff scrub, which is kind of this, most of the middle section here. And basically the planting techniques that'll be used, a total of 700 container plants are proposed for installation. The container plants will be 1 gallon size and have the appropriate organic soil amendment installed in the backfill. All container plants locations will have pin flags installed with different colors representing each species to track basically the project, and basically to ensure kind of a balance of vegetation. And looking at this slide here, you can see the The pink areas there are the unvegetated bluff, once again, so you can see where that exists, as well as the southern coast bluff scrub hydroseed. So there will be some hydroseed essentially in this blue area. And then the southern coastal bluff scrub planting and hydroseed is kind of the green sections here. And so just talking about hydroseeding, this is kind of the existing portion of the top of the bluff, as you can see looking down. But hydroseed basically promotes quick germination and inhibits soil erosion. The mulch in the hydroseed mixture helps maintain the moisture level of the seed and seedlings. All seeds will be clearly labeled showing the seed type. If seeding is successful as determined by the observance of seed sprouts, the same seed mix will be applied for remedial seeds seeding needed. So that's one of the methods described there in that previous plan. Also related to the irrigation and watering, irrigation will be provided by a pressurized water truck, essentially up from the parking lot. The water truck will be used to provide supplemental water to restore, for the restoration of the site once they get established. So it's kind of like a 1 to 2 year interval. And the truck will be within the parking lot temporarily while water is being irrigated. These are just some existing photos of kind of the dry sections of along the trail that you can see. Erosion control and water quality protection will be in place. Soil disturbance will be avoided to the greatest extent possible during the all weed control efforts. The contractor shall implement best management practices to protect water quality, air quality, and biological wildlife resources. Additionally, BMPs will be installed as needed to stabilize the steep bare sections, as you can kind of see there on the bluff. Only hand tools will be used to remove and or plant container species, and construction general permit does not apply to the project, as the stormwater pollution prevention will be needed to be prepared. The construction timing, contractor would follow local jurisdiction time restrictions for handheld equipment operation. It's anticipated that the installation activities would take place Monday through Friday from 7 to 5 p.m. Work may not occur on holidays, depending on the contractor and local jurisdiction restrictions. And then the beach and trail will remain open throughout the project duration with minimal disturbance to public access. This is just looking further down, exiting towards the beach there. Once again, you can kind of see looking mid-bluff, looking down towards the sand, and then basically at the sand, looking up at some of the bare sections of bluff. Long-term maintenance is also proposed. So following the successful installation of the restoration program and the establishment of plant species, long-term maintenance is expected and shall be the responsibility of the city to implement. Through the restoration program, it is designed to be self-sufficient. The project site will likely require periodic checks and maintenance, basically dealing with weeding and plant replacement. And then traffic control and public access. The city is proposing to maintain traffic control and public access throughout the construction activities. Flagmen will be present during construction to control vehicle traffic entering and exiting the site. And as indicated before, we go back to this one here. The staging area is actually shown here in yellow. So approximately, I think it's 7 parking stalls is where the temporary staging area will occur as far as traffic control, public access. So once it's implemented, then that would go away. And that's about it. Proposed project is consistent with the general plan, local coastal program, and Encinitas municipal code. The project, as conditioned, would not have a significant effect on the environment and is exempt under CEQA. In addition, all required public improvements and utilities are available to serve the proposed development. Staff recommends the Planning Commission approve case multi 003977-2020 based on the findings and conditions contained in the reso. We're available. We've got our geotechnical engineer available, as well as I believe our parks and rec staff are available as well. And so maybe additional consultants. So we've got a few people here if you have questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification from the commission?
I have one real quick. Todd, the long-term maintenance of the project, will that fall under the domain of Parks and Rec, or would, so I think Parks and Rec takes care of that Bluff Trail currently.
Correct.
So
Yeah, it basically falls under the city, and yeah, Parks and Rec would be the one that would kind of manage that contract essentially.
because I know I've seen this with certain trees and medians. It's like if Public Works takes care of them, there's a different timetable than greenways that, for instance, the Parks and Rec Department takes care of. Is that correct or incorrect?
It'll be Parks and Rec. Correct.
Oh, that was it for now. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, anybody else have a question for staff? Amy?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Amy threw her hand up there, then Brett after Amy. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the little. Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, okay. I was just, thanks, guys. I was just curious, what is the medium for the path that is going to go all the way down to the beach from the parking lot? What is that material?
Sand.
What?
It's sand. It's basically beach sand.
Yeah, there's no proposed change to the path in this. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, the path just remains open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Does that answer? Brett, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, just a real quick clarification. What construction is set to begin? Is it after September 15th of this year, or is there a tentative start date?
Yeah, Jennifer, did you want to maybe comment on that?
Yes, hello folks. Jennifer Campbell, Director of Parks, Rec, and Cultural Arts. Yeah, the planting actually will be done during the winter, so we're looking at November, December. So this will be after the summer season.
Okay. Anybody else have a question? I have a question. If not, on the maintenance on the replanting, will that require some hand watering to continue beyond the 2 years?
I can take that one, Jamie, real quick. So what we're hoping, Commissioner Chair Ellers, is that we are planting native plants. So there will be water for establishment. And then the reason we're planting them during the winter before the winter season is in hopes the rain will help soak that in. So obviously through maintenance and monitoring, we will check to see if additional water is needed. We do not plan on putting any irrigation actually on the bluff. But if some hand watering needed to be done, that may happen through our maintenance and monitoring. And that's part of the maintenance plan, is to continue to monitor the progress of the plants.
Okay, great. And there was discussion of a 10-foot area between the neighbor to the south and the project that was going to be, is it, I think on the view that's up right now, Todd, is it possible to zoom in on that? I take it that blue line is actually technically 10 feet off of the gray. Would I have that correct?
It would be 10 feet from, I think this actually is the lot boundary there. So it would be 10 feet in from this line.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So just to be clear that the non-natives in that area will stay in place and no activity in the project will occur within 10 feet of the property line, even though it's within the city's boundary.
Correct, and there's a condition in there that the city will survey it, so we'll have it accurately staked out before we start work.
And that was the last question I have on the survey. I love that. That's great. There's a history of surveys that look at the bluff face, I think in 4 different cross sections. Will that survey check those cross sections and maybe give us some additional points? Because that seems like we have history there, and wouldn't that be a great place to have yet another survey so we know the ultimate goal is to arrest or retard the erosion of the slope and So I guess my question is, does the survey include a repeat of those cross sections? A remeasure?
I mean, basically it'd be a standard survey. So we would have engineering determine the type of survey that they would do, but it's standard, you know, point survey. So, I mean, you can see generally the points that we're looking at as far as the project scope. Remember, this lot goes well beyond this section, which is essentially a 1.2 acre section. So the lot actually goes well north and it goes slightly south, basically on the beachfront. So
Okay.
the project scope though is just within this blue lined area though. We're not going beyond
Right.
that.
Yeah, and I think when we've looked at Beacons Beach and past projects, they usually use 4 different cross sections. I think it's somewhere in the report too. And I was curious what it meant to survey it. Does that mean looking at the cross section so we can look at in future years, compare pre-1975 to post-1982 to 2015, 2018, then 2021, all looking at the same survey points. And it wasn't clear from the report where that was, so.
Yeah, I think the idea with this one is the project point that you see, essentially the blue line is the surveyed project. So it's not what you would call a typical record of survey, which would deal with that longer, larger property. So
okay.
it's
So
really to pinpoint this specific area that would have the rehab and plant installation.
Okay, got it. It's drawn the blue line basically.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of staff? We'll move on to, I'll now open the hearing for public comment. Normally I'd ask as the applicant, but the city is the applicant. So Dina, do we have public comment?
We do, we have one speaker and that would be Mike Brown.
Okay.
I don't see Mike on the attendee list.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Looks like Mike did not show up.
Is he having trouble? So nobody's gotten a frantic phone call from a,
No, I've had my email up as well and haven't received any email.
okay. If he is watching and can't get in, please email Dina and then we'll if we can get you in, we will. We'll keep the public hearing open through this item. So.
Chair Ellers,
Yes,
this is Jennifer Campbell. May I make a comment if that would be appropriate?
sure. I think we can.
Okay, so thank you so much tonight for listening to our planning project. I think if I recall correctly, I know that Chair Ellers and Commissioner Doyle were here for the Beacons hearings that we had. And so were Annette and I. Jamie was not here at that time, and Jim Knowlton. So, you know, one of the things I just wanted to add is one of the things that came out of that Beacons meeting was talking about planting and hydroseeding again. And the other thing I just wanted to let the Planning Commission know is the trail is looking better than ever. We know we heard a lot of comments from the public when it came to the Beacons Beach with the staircase access in the parking lot. And I just wanted to let you folks know that we're listening. And the trail, we've gotten so many compliments from our Beacons Beach goers that the trail is looking better than ever. I just really want to acknowledge Katrina Burrett and Annette Saul, the park supervisor that takes care of the area, and our parks operations manager. You know, we're super happy to listen to the public. We want to do the best we can. We want to take care of our resources. And this is just another avenue to do so. And as Todd mentioned, this is part of an ongoing maintenance and monitoring program. So our goal is to continue to keep this up and to keep the Beacons Beach Bluff wonderful looking and to help with the soil erosion. So we really appreciate you hearing this tonight, this case tonight. And we're just really excited to get this underway.
Okay, very good. We appreciate the comments too. So so now we'll move on to commission deliberation. Or Susan, I see you have your hand up, and Amy, by the way, you still have your hand up if it's okay. I'll kind of read. Go ahead, Susan.
Okay. Actually, I still had a question for staff on the project. I wondered, they're talking about removing the existing vegetation because I'm wondering, is the vegetation that's being removed considered all non-native, or is there native vegetation that will remain in place and they're going to be removing non-native and hydroseeding those only? I'm not quite sure if they're just removing everything or only removing non-native.
Yeah, removing non-native. Non-native, yeah. And then there'll be a combination of hydroseed and hand planting in those areas. Of native.
Thank you.
Yeah, putting native back.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm glad Jennifer brought up the meeting from, God, was it 2 years ago? First time we saw the Beacons case, and it was a very hot topic item at the time. And I do remember certain people complained in the audience about the maintenance of the path, and Jennifer was like a mama bear with that. She took care of that path, and I'm very impressed. I mean, this is one reason why I wanted to make sure that this would fall under the aegis of the Parks and Rec Department, because Jennifer Campbell is now pretty much soon to be done with Olympus Park and on to the next great thing. So, but we have noticed, Jennifer, I really wanted to tell you, people in Leucadia have definitely noticed how well the beach path has been maintained. And we really appreciate it. I mean, we had our troubles again, but, and then you were there and it was fixed again. And this is a real jewel for the city of Encinitas. There's nothing like this. And there's always the risk that, the whole thing could fall into the ocean and we'd lose Neptune Ave, and we'll deal with that. But for now, this is just, it's unique. And we very much appreciate what you do for us here. And I'm super looking forward to this. I think, all the ice plant and everything. And if I look at the neighbor directly to the south that was brought up, I mean, I know them and I've seen their bluff, which is like this huge verdant thing that sticks out 20 feet further than our bluff. And our bluff, could have once been that, and I think doing this work in the way we're doing it, the right way, I'm very excited. I know there's people in town who would love to do even more, and perhaps we will. But for now, this is what we have. It's up to us to maintain it. And I know you're going to do an awesome job, and thank you.
Yeah.
I'm obviously going to support this.
And I was there during that meeting too, and I obviously love this. This is the most unique path to the beach in the better part of all of North County. So I'm glad we're preserving, enhancing, making it better. But the one thing I do want to do in this meeting is about the revegetation. We're not talking or retrying the previous discussion back from 2018 about reinforcing the bluff. That if it was going to happen, it has to go back through city council and it has to come to us. So, but as far as I do want to address some of the concerns, we had one letter sent into us, a very large report, and it had some statements in there, and I wanted to give you a chance to respond on the record for them. In Chandra Slavin's concluding thought, I think they said, finally, and most importantly, without the suggested soil cement berm, and I'm not trying to redo that, the implementation of this plan will most likely generate a bluff failure similar to an avalanche. And so what I'm looking for is, do you believe that adding native plants on the face of this replanting will ultimately make something worse that could cause a quote unquote avalanche bluff failure, whatever that is?
No, I believe that the planting that is planned and the hydroseeding will basically stabilize the surface soils and not cause any kind of potential avalanche. Okay, I actually talked to Chandra, the woman who wrote the letter, and I agree with many of the points of her letter. But I told her that I disagreed that this would affect anything of the stability of the bluff.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we responded to that on the record. And I think they also, the same letter characterized it that we were denuding the bluff, and I don't know, Jennifer or Todd, can you, and it's kind of going back over what Susan said, we're not denuding the bluff. We're only taking out the selective non-natives. And from what I read, we're just weed whacking most of them so that the root system is still there in the short term. And any comments, either Jennifer or Todd, you'd like to add on the record there?
Yeah, Chair Ellers, that's exactly right. We're not ripping any plants out. It's weed whipping to go ahead and just make sure that they don't grow back, and that will help. So we're not actually ripping anything out of the ground. And what the hope is that with the 700 container plants, along with the hydro seed, that will start to regenerate that bluff. And so we're hoping that there isn't any really transition. That'll start to grow. But again, those are invasive plants that will not allow those natives to grow. So that's the point, to foster a really good habitat for them. And that's what we're hopeful. And that's why it's also a 2-year project, so that we can see that. And then again, that continuing monitor and maintenance, and we will look to hydro seed in more years and add plants as we go.
Okay, and then I've got Brett's with a hand up, and then Susan.
All right, thank you, Chair Ehlers. First, I'm really glad you asked those questions, Bruce. Those are actually important that we air this matter. And this, I think, is a great project. I just wanted to have it heard tonight so that the public knew what was going on. And it's great. It's got a light touch. It's subtle. It seems to be low cost. And anywhere we can get a bit of habitat restoration, I think is a fantastic move. So my compliments to the proposal, and I'd like to see it move forward. Thank you.
Yep. Susan?
I like the way the project makes sense. It's being done in a phased way. I like that it's natives that are being put in. I'm happy to see that the path will just be left as it is, sand path. And I believe that the timing is absolutely perfect, to plant natives when it's going to be the rainy season. And then we're past the summer peak tourism and beachgoer season. So I think it's going to be a beautiful project when it's grown in, and the irrigation looks very responsible. I did see that in answer to one question that you had, was that they said the city would evaluate after 2 years if some more irrigation is necessary. So it's really well thought through, and I believe it will enhance our community substantially and stabilize it more.
Okay, great. Amy, do you have your hand up?
I do. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So my one quick question is, I still have a little bit of an issue with it continuing to be a sand path, but that's here nor there. I'm curious, what is the path for us Leucadians or beachgoers in the interim? How do we get down there?
So it doesn't change. It's not changing at all.
So it's just going to be under construction and we just work around it? What does that look like?
Well, yeah, it's not really under construction. The path remains open. So it's going to be hydro seeded in certain sections. So there will always be access through the path all the way down to the beach. It will never be closed.
Okay, so even when there's active planting going on and things happening, it's going to be an open, active path.
Yes.
Open, active parking lot.
Yep, except for those 7 stalls during the temporary staging.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, good. Any other questions by Planning Commission? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Anybody?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve. Yeah.
So I got a motion from Brett. Amy, did you have your hand back up, or was that just a residual? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just second.
And I've got Susan second. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Chair Ellers,
Yes?
once you vote, I'd like to make a comment, if that's all right.
Okay. I think I've got a motion on the table, and we'll call the question since I don't see any hands for discussion. Gina?
Okay, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
All right, the motion
Great.
passes unanimously.
Thank you. And Jennifer, what comment?
I just, number one, I want to thank you all tonight for your support, but I also want to thank the Planning Commission, Todd and Roy for all their support. We also had on the line tonight, California State Parks. They're our partner. They actually own this. And we worked with them. Kyle Matthews from Habitat Restoration Services, who's our contractor. Jamie Timberlake, which is a wonderful addition to our city as our coastal zone administrator. And again, we have Annette Saul, our parks operations manager. I really want to let you know that this is a team effort, and without all of us, we can't do this. So thank you for your support, and thank you to everyone who worked on the project.
And just one last check, did we ever hear from Mike Brown that had hoped to comment?
No, we did not.
Nobody did? Okay, so at that, I will close, we voted on it, we'll close the public hearing, and unfortunately, it's too late for his comments. Okay, so that takes us to our regular agenda. And on tonight's regular agenda, we have one item, item 8A, which is the inclusionary housing ordinance and in lieu fee, policy 004342-2021. This is a public hearing to consider amending chapter 30.41, the affordable housing chapter of the Encinitas Municipal Code to change the city's inclusionary housing regulations to increase the inclusionary housing percentage requirements to better address the need for affordable units for all residential development and to consider an in lieu fee as an alternate method of compliance and a new affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities. Are there any disclosures? Okay, we begin with a staff report presented by Principal Planner Jennifer Gates.
Thank you very much, Chair Ehlers, and good evening, everyone, commissioners, and the public. Tonight, as expressed, we're going to talk about the affordable housing ordinance amendments that are being proposed tonight. This has been an ongoing effort for a few years, so I'll be providing an update as we do have new commissioners that hasn't been involved throughout this process. So this proposed amendments is in line with our housing element, program 2A, which the objective is within our current housing element, is to update our city's inclusionary housing ordinance to be more effective and provide greater flexibility in meeting inclusionary housing requirements while ensuring that projects create affordable units and that is justified by our economic feasibility study. So to provide a background, as I said, it's been a number of years that we've been working on this. In 2018, the city received community input through a variety of meetings and workshops for the update to the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. City Council directed staff to prepare a nexus study, a gap analysis, and economic feasibility analysis to evaluate further opportunities for affordable housing units citywide and on the sites proposed to be upzoned to 30 dwelling units per acre. On August 8th, 2018, the City Council adopted Ordinance 2018-3, which increased our inclusionary requirement to 15% for low-income households and 10% for very low-income households for both the rental and for sale units. It also authorized the use of accessory dwelling units to meet the inclusionary requirement, setting the standard of up to 5 units, decreased the project applicability to 7 units or more, and established the affordability time limit to be in perpetuity. On September 26, 2018, the City Council reviewed and discussed the results of the preliminary economic feasibility analysis. At that meeting, staff was directed to present the preliminary results also to the Planning Commission at a workshop. This workshop was held in October of 2018, and after receiving input from the public, including residents and developers, the Planning Commission recommended to expand the feasibility analysis and the nexus study. It also recommended that the residential care units and their impact on the need for affordable housing to be included within that nexus analysis scope of work. On October 24th, 2018, City Council authorized the amendment to KMA's contract for the additional costs and revised scope of work. and requested that all studies be completed and presented concurrently. On December 11th, 2019, a joint City Council and Planning Commission study session was held, and city staff and KMA presented the results of the inclusionary affordable housing financial feasibility analysis, as well as the affordable housing nexus analysis for the potential increase in inclusionary housing requirements, the in lieu fee, and an impact fee for residential care facilities. At the meeting, direction was provided to staff to move forward with the recommendations for an increase in the inclusionary requirement, as well as the in lieu fee and an affordable housing impact fee. On December 11th, 2019, the findings of the studies were provided. The studies have been available on the inclusionary housing webpage on the city's website since December of 2019. The study methodology follows the best professional practices and is consistent with the requirements of AB 1505. In summary, KMA concluded in their analysis the following findings. One, that the increase in inclusionary requirements by 5% is financially feasible citywide. Increasing the inclusionary requirements by 10% is financially feasible for some sites. The nexus analysis also determined that the maximum affordable housing fees range from about $32 to $66 per square foot, depending on the project types for residential projects, and that a maximum fee of $48.70 per square foot for residential care facilities. In addition, the affordability gap to create low-income units is $242,000, and found that for very low-income units, the affordability gap would be $271,000. For an inclusionary housing program to be an effective 2 units offsite without overburdening new development. So there are a number of amendments that are being proposed tonight to Chapter 30.41, which is our affordable housing chapter. These are applicable to the inclusionary housing requirements for new residential development, and it'll be applicable to all development regardless of the size. So currently, as we stated earlier, it's for 7 units or more. Now the inclusionary requirement would be for all new residential development. It also increases the inclusionary housing requirement by 5%, which is currently set at 10% very low and 15% for low income. It also provides additional clarifying language for the in lieu fee applicability and creates a new affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities. In addition, the ordinance amendments include other clarifications within the chapter, including additional definitions, replacing the term affordable units with inclusionary units so that they're not confused with the affordable units that are created under the density bonus ordinance, and other amendments that we'll discuss in the following sections. And all these amendments are proposed and can be seen in attachment 1 of the staff report. So there's multiple sections that are being amended tonight. So section 30.41020 is the definition section. And as stated, we're providing new definitions and amending some of the other definitions that are in that chapter for clarification purposes. We're also recommending that in the applicability and exemption sections of the ordinance be amended as well. So these sections, the modifications include that housing requirements, the inclusionary housing requirements would apply to all residential development. This is based on the findings of the feasibility analysis that this would be applied to all residential development. As well as the additional exemptions that we're adding, which would include the replacement of residential development within 2 years, as well as accessory dwelling units and density bonus units. PMC section 30.41050 is there's recommended modifications, and this includes to create the higher inclusionary amount citywide. As you can see on the slide, we show you what the existing for very low and low, and then what the proposed increase for citywide and R30 overlay. The R30 overlay sites were reviewed separately, as well as citywide sites, and they were discussed what the findings were in the feasibility analysis at the joint session on December 11th. In the KMA studies, 6 of the 15 proposed R30 overlay sites were analyzed to see if they could support a higher inclusionary set aside above the 5%. Of the 6 sites reviewed, 3 of the 6 could not support an inclusionary requirement above 20% for the low income without a financial hardship. These 3 had a base zoning for non-residential uses. Staff is recommending the increasing of the inclusionary requirement by 5% above the current levels to be applied citywide. This recommendation has been determined feasible and will not disincentivize housing production within the city. These sections of the ordinance are in regards to clarifying calculation of results within our fractional units. So currently, it's just stating that fractional units can pay an in lieu fee. And what we're clarifying is that if a fractional unit of 1/2 or more, then we're requesting 1 additional affordable unit be provided. And if the calculation results in a fraction of less than 1/2, then the applicant may either pay an in lieu fee or provide the additional affordable inclusionary unit. In section 30.41060, in regards to the standards and incentives, the amendments in this section are providing the same housing standards for design, size, and dispersion on the site as they were approved by the density bonus ordinance in December of 2020. Staff has added under an item under incentives that identifies that City Council can provide incentives when resources and programs are available to achieve the city's housing goals. In section 30.41070, under the timing of construction, staff is proposing amendments to the section that describe what concurrently means for rental residential development projects, as well as the flexibility of allowing for an alternative schedule for the development to be approved by the approval body and recorded in the affordable housing agreement. In the developer's alternative compliance option section, staff is proposing to renumber this section and add an amendment to subsection A that indicates that an applicant is not able to construct ADUs as an alternative to single family dwelling units for more than 50% of the total required inclusionary units for projects of 10 or more, or 5 accessory dwelling units, whichever is less. Currently, the ordinance only states that they are not allowed to construct more than 5 accessory dwelling units to comply with their inclusionary requirements. Additionally, there are small clarifications that are provided throughout this section, subsections B through H. Staff is proposing a new section for the in lieu fee and to provide more clarification. So staff is proposing that inclusionary requirements be satisfied by the payment of a fee in lieu of constructing the inclusionary units for residential developments of less than 7 units, fractional units less than 1/2, and in cases where the funds can provide financial assistance to an identified affordable housing project, or where the fee payment would create more affordable units than would be created with an on-site provision. This section also establishes that City Council may establish this in lieu fee by resolution, which would be adjusted annually based on the engineering news record construction cost index for the LA region. No building permit may be issued by the city for any market rate unit in the residential development until all the in lieu fees for the project have been paid to the city. If a project requests a density bonus, incentive, concession or waiver, or parking ratio, or is in the R30 overlay zone, there is no option to pay the in lieu fee and the affordable units must be built. In addition, based on the direction by Planning Commission and City Council, staff is proposing a new section to include an impact fee. And this affordable housing impact fee will be for residential care facilities. The section establishes that City Council may establish this fee by resolution and adjusted similar to the inclusionary in lieu fee. This new section will require the fee to be paid prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy and allows for alternative compliance options for these new residential care facilities. And these are for residential care facilities general that serve 7 or more clients. In addition, remodels of existing residential care structures and replacement of destroyed facilities within 2 years would be exempt from this requirement. This section is about the application and review procedures. Staff is proposing to include further clarification on what is required to be included in an affordable housing plan, which is listed on this slide. The next steps for this project is after the hearing tonight, and if approval is recommended, we would move on to a city council hearing in March or April of this year, followed by a coastal commission submittal closely following that approval. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution to recommend City Council adopt the ordinance number 2021-02. City staff also recognizes that the feasibility analysis was completed in the fall of 2019. Paul Mara from KMA is available for any questions regarding the feasibility analysis and the nexus analysis, and has also looked at the market conditions over the last year. And I will ask him now to speak on that.
Thank you, Jennifer, and good evening to the Planning Commission and Chair Ehlers. Paul Mara with Kaiser Marston Associates. Happy to be here to provide any further information on the feasibility study or the nexus study. The feasibility study was in fact completed in late 2019. So the question arose whether there were any meaningful changes that would affect the validity of the study today, more than a year later. We recently reviewed various market and financial parameters that were used in the original study, and relying on local and regional industry data sources, such as the affordable rents and prices, the market rents and prices, land values, and construction costs. All of these have experienced some change in the past year, generally nominal to minor changes. However, we do not believe any of these changes are of a magnitude to affect the conclusions of our feasibility study. Therefore, we think those conclusions are still valid today as the study is before you for your consideration tonight. And I'm available tonight if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. And does that include your staff report, Jennifer?
It does conclude my staff report, and staff is here to answer any questions along with KMA.
Okay. Do any of the commission have questions of staff?
I've got a question. I'm looking at, there's a lot of exemptions from who's gets pulled in by this thing, primarily with the in lieu fees. You know, any density bonus project, anyone who gets concessions, incentives, waivers, parking ratios, everyone on the R30 overlay zone. I was looking, the only of the last sites, all the developments I've handled in the last 4 years, the Bonita 10 development, the way it was calculated came out that they had less than 7 units. It was like 6.9 something rounded down. Now, they're the only one that I can see that might have fallen into this little donut hole where they could actually be affected by this regulation. I mean, the in lieu fees seem to be primarily aimed at a very small, you know, somebody rebuilding a house and putting in an ADU, or splitting a lot and doing 2 houses. Am I mistaken here? Who would actually get snared by, or who would be in a position to take advantage of the in lieu fees?
So that is correct. So it's actually already in the ordinance that R30 sites are not permitted to take in lieu fees, or allowed to not construct the affordable units on their site, as well as density bonus units. So this is, or density bonus projects. And so those were the 2 exemptions that you saw. Now, as far as the in lieu fee applicability, what we're doing is saying from 6 units and less, then the in lieu fee is what we're looking for versus constructing on the site. for projects that are greater or 7 or more, you know, we want to still get the units being constructed. And if there are other means or the other listed options, or are they applicable? Like, so building it on site or off site is a better option, then that would still be allowed in the in lieu fee applicability. Does that make sense? So there's those set standards. We're looking for in lieu fees to be used only on a case-by-case basis, not as a go-to. Because we do want to still see these affordable units being constructed with these projects.
Yeah, I've just had a hard time imagining anyone who could actually say, I'm not going to build these units, I'm going to pay the fee, because almost every development is going to require something that's going to invalidate them. So it feels like it's really only going to be possible for like little tiny developments. I've got a flag lot, for instance, and I want to run a little driveway up and turn it into 3 homes. Even then, it seems to me I'd probably, if you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't remember a project that didn't have to take advantage of the density bonus to make that possible. So, I mean, it feels like, I don't know, it feels almost pointless unless we're just going to be looking at getting the little fractional charges from somebody building a house with an ADU.
Yeah.
Kevin, can you hold that till you're going down?
I'm getting into there.
Right
okay.
Thank you. I'm going to pull you out of that and send you.
Thank you for reining me in, Bruce.
Sorry, you can go down that same thing later. I got Brett. And
let me ask one follow-up question. Now, let's say we're 20% low-income housing, and we've got a density bonus project that's got 20% density or affordable requirement. Do they overlap? Is it just the 20% meets both of those requirements? I already know the answer, but I want to hear it.
Yes, they do meet both of those requirements, except the difference is that the inclusionary requirement is in perpetuity versus density bonus would be for 55 years.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and while we're on, can I add a quick add-on to that? And I'm just going to the fractional units, aren't they handled differently between density bonus and in lieu fees for inclusionary?
Density bonus is, Roy, correct me if I'm wrong, is rounded up.
Exactly. So what happens to the in lieu fee? Does it round up if it's being used to satisfy the density bonus?
So round up.
Yeah. So if you're double counting, right? You're using inclusionary and affordable units and density bonus, the same units are counting towards both. In the density bonus case, we round up the number of units you get, but in the inclusionary, you pay fractional if it's under 50%. And my question is, in that kind of gray area in between, what happens with that fractional?
Well, they'll have to provide it for the density bonus, so they will already round up. Because then they're doing both projects. Is what you're saying. It's a density bonus project, then they will have to round up.
And they would, and if they qualified for in lieu fees, they would be able to pay the full, not a fractional inclusionary unit, you know, like 40%, they would have to pay the full for that additional unit if it was required for density bonus also.
They would be building the unit.
Yes. Oh, okay, it's required. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I think that this will address also Commissioner Doyle's comment or question. The reason why density bonus is under the exemption section is because they're required by law to build a unit. So they wouldn't qualify to pay the in lieu fee because they are required by law to build the affordable unit. And back to the question about the affordable unit satisfying both inclusionary and density bonus requirements. The key here is that the unit has to meet both standards. It has to meet the city's inclusionary requirements as well as the affordable requirements for density bonus law in order for that one unit to satisfy both. Otherwise, they would have to provide the affordable unit to satisfy density bonus and then pay the fee and then they would have the options, the alternative options to satisfy the city's inclusionary housing requirements. So I just want to make sure that's clarified.
Okay. And now we'll get to Brett had his hand up, then Susan.
Okay, thank you, Chair Ehlers. I have actually, excuse me, 3 questions. First one, I should probably know the answer. This is for Jennifer Gates. Right now for density bonus law, is there a minimum number of units you have to have in order to qualify for the density bonus?
5.
5, okay, but we're applying this to 7 units or less as well. So it wouldn't preclude someone, if they have 5 units, they could still pursue a density bonus.
Say that one more time.
I guess I'm kind of answering my own self. Is that if someone had a 5-unit project, they still could pursue a density bonus for their project. They wouldn't have to pay the in lieu fee.
Correct.
Okay. Does this also apply to single family dwellings?
Yes. New
So
single family dwellings.
Sorry, what's that?
A new dwelling. So the demolition and rebuild is not a new unit within that context.
Okay. And then last question, maybe we'll get to this later, but I read about the mechanism for adjusting the in lieu fee based on the CCI, some inflation index. Is anything in here codified that we would continue that? Or how would that be adjusted, and would it be annually, or tell me more about how that might be done?
So it is in the ordinance that it would be adjusted by that standard. And that, I think we would do it annually or as that index changes, if it changes every year.
Okay, so it would automatically adjust with the CCI.
Yes, we would need to we could make that adjustment. So that would be written into the resolution that staff would be making that adjustment once that base is set. If any additional modification beyond that change based on that index, then we require our city council to approve it.
Okay,
And
thank you.
another fee study.
Okay, Susan?
Okay, so my understanding about the in lieu fee is that this is to standardize it more or less right now, because right beforehand it's been on a project by project basis. And so those in lieu fees, when they're collected, do they go into a budget and they can only be used by the city for affordable housing is my first question. And also my second question would be, since if that is true, that goes into a budget, which is for developing affordable units for the city, and that it can only be spent that way, then I want to know, does the city assign where it will be spent? Is there a specific site already identified in that budget?
So yes, in lieu fees that would be collected, as well as the proposed impact fee, would all be deposited into our affordable housing fund. And that affordable housing fund and how that is used would be determined by city council. And you're correct, it would only be for in a way to incentivize the creation of more affordable housing units.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? And obviously we're going to have staff this whole time, so I'm sure we'll be asking many more questions, since we really, there's no applicant. The applicant is staff. So if there are no questions right now, I'll move on to opening the public hearing. And do we have any public comments?
We have 3 speakers this evening. Our first speaker is Teresa Beecham.
Okay, Teresa, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, Chair Ehlers and all planning commissioners. I'm a 33-year Encinitas resident and a member of Encinitas for Equality Housing Committee. First, I want to personally thank each of you for your consideration and unanimous support of the Fox Point Farms development and its 40 proposed very low-income units. I attended the meeting when the project was presented to you and was impressed by each of your thoughtful attention to detail, respectful attitudes towards the developer, interested citizens, and each other. I was inspired by each of you and your dedication and service to our city. You all demonstrated civic discourse at its best, was very refreshing. Encinitas for Equality's Housing Committee is dedicated to shaping Encinitas to be affirmatively anti-racist and a city that intentionally increases access to housing opportunities for low-income individuals and families, and for Black and Indigenous persons and people of color. We exist to promote and facilitate the titled purpose enshrined in Program 5 of the city's housing element, the affirmative furtherance of fair housing. One tool to support fair housing is the city's inclusionary housing program. We support the City of Encinitas staff recommendation to increase the inclusionary requirements by 5% based on the findings of the feasibility analysis, and increase the inclusionary percentage for very low income from 10 to 15% and low income from 15 to 20%. It is important to note that the California Housing and Community Development Annual Progress Report of October 6, 2020 analysis revealed that between 2013 and 2020, Encinitas housing production demand for low-income housing was 1,033 units, and only 94 units were produced. The increased inclusionary requirements will help close this supply-demand gap and provide our essential workers and new college graduates, our own children, working in entry-level positions, an opportunity to live where they work and where they grew up. Thank you, commissioners, for your continued service and work to create a more inclusive Encinitas that embraces diversity by design.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Damian Mavis.
Wait, hang on. Amy, did you have a question? Or Amy or Susan, you have your hands up. Do you have a question for the public speaker?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower the hand. Thanks.
And Amy, you've got your hand up. Do you have a question for the public speaker? As soon as you get your mute off.
No, I had left the hand up by accident. I lowered it.
No, it's
Yeah,
my fault.
and I'm asking Amy the same thing.
I know. I'm the one that's being a goof. Miss Bouchamp or Teresa, is she still there?
Yeah, she'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, Amy.
Hi. I was just wondering, I find what you said really interesting. I was curious, where did you find, at least, can you notate for me your, where you found your data?
Yeah, do you want me to send you a slide later? Sorry, I'm not really techie savvy, but I can send that to you.
Me either. That would be wonderful because I found what you said. Yes. Is that
sure?
Okay?
I can send that. Should I send it to Deanna?
Yes.
To relay to you? Yes, I'm happy to do that. You betcha.
Thank you,
And
guys.
I'm sure Deanna will relay it to the entire planning commission. Just
perfect. Okay, will do.
Okay, so next speaker.
That would be Damian Mavis.
Okay.
Hi, this is Damian Mavis. So greetings, planning commissioners. So I build both deed restricted and market rate high density housing. I also represent the Cannon family on their R30 site on Piraeus Street. I was an active participant in the 5th cycle housing element as well. And I just want to caution this commission to sort of not kill the golden goose. I feel like there's finally a meaningful amount of housing that appears likely to be built. And I think that that's a great thing. But these increases that we're discussing tonight in inclusionary housing are big jumps, especially considering that there hasn't really been a lot of housing or high density housing produced since the inclusionary housing requirement was increased a couple of years ago. So talking about raising the rate 5 or 10% is really doubling the effective cost to the builder over just a couple years ago. And these are just really impactful changes and impact the viability of these projects. Then speaking of the Cannon property specifically, we do have a lower base density. However, due to physical and environmental constraints, we simply can't accommodate a density bonus. So if the inclusionary requirement is increased on our site, there's not an offsetting increase in unit count. And I know the KMA study did not study each site, but a key to showing the viability of these higher inclusionary requirements was the assumption that the R30 sites could and would use a density bonus. Certainly not all can. So for these sites which can't, their project viability is reduced really in an exponential fashion by any increase in inclusionary requirements. I also don't think that having multiple levels of inclusionary housing requirements based on base density of the R30 sites is fair or effective. I don't think it'll produce an increase in deed restricted housing units which actually get built. I think opposite, I think it could stifle the affordable by design projects that these R30 sites are supposed to deliver. So I would hope that whatever increase or staying the same would apply equally to all zones in the city. Finally, I kind of wanted to ask, in the KMA study, the ranges that are shown in red, green, and yellow, how they were picked. Because obviously a small adjustment in these ranges could turn these tables from green to red. And I would just hope that these ranges have been selected to accurately reflect the market in Encinitas. As a builder and developer, I am concerned that they don't really reflect Encinitas, and small movements in these inclusionary requirements really have a large effect on a project's ability to obtain financing. And that's so crucial to get these projects off the ground. And I've seen these issues play out firsthand with projects that we've built. So the city has had a challenge in the recent past producing housing. And I really think anything more than a very modest increase in the inclusionary housing requirements will result in less affordable housing, not more, just to the volume of the housing being built becoming stifled. These R30 sites will be affordable by design, even at market rate due to their unit size. Now, I'm not saying that everybody might be able to afford these units, but I think that they will be a giant step in the right direction. So I would just ask, please be measured in any adjustments to the inclusionary housing requirements, and then make them applicable to all property types equally. So I'm available to answer any questions or provide comments. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And Amy, you have your hand up? Okay, and Damien, I did have one question. It was right along the lines of the Cannon project you cited. What is the current underlying zoning on that one?
Oh, it's RR2, I believe.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, next, I think there's one more public speaker.
Yes, our final speaker is Bob Kent.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Bob.
Good evening. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident, a member of Keys for Homes. We are local residents who advocate for the building of affordable homes in Encinitas for our seniors, millennials, and family residents, as well as for our essential workers who earn between $15 to $20 an hour and are commuting long distances or finding difficult living situations in order to stay here in the city they serve. Our operating principle is opportunity begins with a stable home. It's through this lens that we support policies that can be implemented to promote the building of more affordable housing here in Encinitas, including the proposed changes to the city's inclusionary housing program as outlined in the staff report. More specifically, we support the following items as justified by the economic feasibility study: increasing the inclusionary percent by 5%, for very low income from 10 to 15%, low income from 15 to 20%. Also, the establishment of realistic in lieu fees that reflect the actual cost of building housing so that the city has a viable source of funds to promote and leverage more housing affordability. That said, with limited vacant or underutilized land in our city to build affordable housing, we support the requirement that there is no in lieu fee option for the R30 overlay zone, the housing element sites, or for project requested density bonus or other concessions. And we believe in this case, the affordable housing should and must be built. Lastly, we support requiring that the inclusionary housing program apply to all new residential developments in the city rather than the current threshold of 7 units or more. These amendments also align with Program 2A of the 6th cycle housing element, which specifically addresses efforts to improve inclusionary housing policies. We believe these amendments strike the proper balance, and we respectfully request that you approve the proposed changes to provide more affordable housing opportunities for our workers and households here in Encinitas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I will now close public comment. And does staff wish to respond to any of the comments?
If the commissioners or chair, if you have any questions in regards to any of the comments, we would be happy to respond.
I think when we get into the discussion, I think in particular, Damien asked about the red, green, yellow. I've been through that before, but I think it would be worthwhile to go back and cover that because we went through it in depth at the meeting 2 years ago. So I think at some time during the discussion, if nobody else asks, I will ask Paul to explain the methodology one more time. And I think it's always helpful to keep in front of us. So anybody else have any questions that they want to, otherwise let's just move straight into deliberation. And Brett, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I just had one question. And I guess it's how the fees could be used. And this kind of came from our discussion the other night about the housing element. Could the in lieu fees be used for rehabilitation or retention, preservation of existing affordable housing inventory or market rate affordable housing? I guess that's a question for Jennifer.
I'm here. Just rereading just real quickly. So there's a 3041 110 talks about the Affordable Housing Fund. And it talks about about the collection, but then also what it can be applied to. And it shall be expended exclusively to provide housing affordable to extremely low income, very low income, lower income, and moderate income households and any special needs populations in the city that's consistent with the goals and policies contained in the city's housing element, and for administration and compliance monitoring of the affordable housing program as approved by the city council. So if there's certain programs that meet that overarching goal, that city council could then identify the allocation of those funds for that purpose.
So you're saying city council could allocate those funds towards retention and preservation of existing housing inventory, housing stock?
As long as they were meeting that ability to provide housing at those levels. So that's the key. So even if we were to preserve existing housing stock, they would still need to be made available at those affordable levels.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if nobody has an immediate question. I think now would be a good time to go into the KMA estimates and just understand. Oh, Amy, you have a quick one? Go ahead.
Can I just have a really quick question? What is considered a special needs category?
Special needs populations could be individuals that are handicapped or homeless populations or other types of special housing needs, that supportive housing, transitional housing. It's not just a new home or a new.
So do we define that as a city when we say special needs? Do we define that?
Yes, actually, it's in our housing element. It's one program within our housing element that talks about housing for special needs populations.
Okay. So
seniors are also part of that.
Sorry?
Seniors are also part of that special needs.
Wow. So that's a pretty big basket that we're talking about here. Okay. But that's defined clearly.
In the housing element, yes, it is.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And to follow on that question, if the Affordable Housing Fund is allocated for homeless support, homeless people support, or senior. In both cases, it would have to be qualified. I assume it would have to be qualified, affordable, people with low enough income to qualify for the affordable unit. Is that true?
Well, I mean, homeless would definitely qualify. I think that the special needs populations is separate from, it's not a combination of special needs and you have to meet the lower income, the way that it's identified or written in this chapter.
Could this money be used for, I don't know, hoteling or outreach food programs as opposed to affordable housing needs and use the same framework and approval mechanisms that we use to get affordable people into the affordable housing? Wouldn't anybody qualify? Wouldn't the money have to go to that same type of use? But it sounds like the answer is no.
It's for housing purposes.
It's for housing and only housing. Okay. And we just need some way. The only question I have is, are we assuring that the uses will always, well, I guess the ultimate question, do they help us with our RENA numbers?
Bingo,
So,
Bruce. Yep, exactly.
That's my bottom line. Does this allow money to seep out of the fund to places that that help us in arena housing?
So that would be at the determination of city council when they would allocate the funds to specific types of programs. If that is one of the qualifiers for the program, that's a need identified, because that is a goal. So remember, we're trying to be consistent with the goals and policies within our housing element. So to meet our RENA requirements is a goal and a policy within our housing element. So the city council could identify specific programs developed to increase to meet, maybe it's moderate or maybe it's the low income units, if that's what they determine.
Yeah, okay. And since we're in deliberation, I would oppose allowing an out for this money to go somewhere other than what it's being pulled for and intended for, which is to real low-income housing that the city actually gets credit for. One of our complaints all along about residential care facilities general was that they were basically building housing and not having to build affordable housing. And so I really applaud this fee in capturing that and actually getting some money into funds. But then I don't want to turn around and poke a hole in that tank and let the water, the funds slip away to something else. I understand the council gets to make that choice, but I think for me personally, the recommendation would be not to include special needs in this fund. I think that should come out of other funds. So, Susan, you have your hand up?
Well, yeah, just a follow-up about the budgeting for it. If at the end of the fiscal year, there are funds in that account from and move fee collection, does it roll over? Does it accumulate? And I wanted to know that because otherwise, what happens,
Yes, it'll accumulate. And so we've accumulated over time. Currently, we have $1.4 million in our affordable housing fund. So that's just an example. So over time, we have collected in lieu fees in the past on a project by project basis.
Okay. I assume it's like many of our park funds, all our other funds, a very similar type of fund accounting. And that's why precisely I would oppose allowing that fund accounting to be diverted to other non-RENA credit areas. So I'd like to go to Paul, and first, if you could respond. I think you made some comments about the accuracy of the data from almost 2 years ago. And maybe in response to Damien's question, could you go back over the criteria for what determines a red, green, and yellow?
Sure. Be happy to, Chair Ehlers. And for the benefit of everyone, you'll see in the feasibility study that we've coded the outcomes in a green, yellow, red traffic signal color coding. So there's a art and a science to what we're doing. So I want to just give a very brief background on that. In the course of this assignment, as our scope was expanded following meetings with the Planning Commission and the Council back in 2018, we found ourselves we've run over 200 pages of financial performance here in the back of the study. Many scenarios, 6 prototypes citywide, 6 prototypes on the R30 upzone sites, rental versus for sale, variation in cap rates for rental, using a base condition, existing condition pre-August 2018 versus post-August 2018. So it's really an unwieldy amount of analysis, and to boil down the findings for quick review, we decided the best way was to put a measure, sort of a triage with the green, yellow, red. If I could just describe briefly, for the citywide, we're measuring potential decrease in residual land value as a result of an increased inclusionary requirement. And for the R30 sites, we're measuring potential increase in the residual land value as a result of an increased inclusionary requirement coupled with the R30 as versus the underlying base zoning. And residual land value is the supportable land value generated by the financial pro forma, the development cost for the project, the market rents or sales prices for the market units, and the restricted affordable rents or prices for the inclusionary units. So in the case of the citywide prototypes, we use a 15% reduction in residual land value as a measure of the limit of green, and a 25% reduction in residual land value as a measure of the limit of yellow, and then a decrease in residual land value exceeding 25 was red, was considered infeasible. What does that mean? Ultimately, any exaction by the city, like a requirement to pay development impact fees or build a road or a park or incorporate inclusionary housing, ultimately comes out of the land value. Over time, the market adjusts such that sellers, the escalation in land prices is temporarily diminished. And we look historically in the county, land prices have risen over the last few decades around 5% per year on average. So just applying that basic threshold, if the increased inclusionary requirement sort of took all of the anticipated escalation in land prices over a few years period, within 3 or 5 years, the market could absorb the green pro formas and maybe the yellow pro formas, because 15% decrease in land value would be 3 years of escalation. That would be sort of a flattening of land value appreciation. So that's the part where there's a little bit of a science to it, but I just want to be clear. The basic threshold was to have a quick way to review the outcomes and have sort of a fair triage and look for where the green and yellow answers are. But the science of it was that land values do rise over time. Imposing a new exaction would temper that escalation in the near term as the market adjusted to the exaction.
Okay. And just for people following along at home, it's page 60 of the report has got your red, green, yellow explanation at kind of a high level. At least one of them. I think there were the 2 cases you just described. So, and so the question I have is, I think you were saying that there's roughly a 5% escalation per year in land value, and aren't we 2 years into this report essentially? So when you calculate my question is, when you calculate the fee per square foot, the maximum number you calculated before, shouldn't that have escalated by 5 or maybe even 10% from where it was?
Chair Ehlers, if the fee had been adopted when the report was complete at the end of 2019, and the council had also adopted the escalator, the fee would have already increased based on the ordinance inclusive of the escalator. And the market would have absorbed the fee, would be steps ahead in absorbing the fee as you described.
Yeah, but so now since we're starting a new time, the starting point, even though I just want to get the wind of the adjustment for the time that's passed in this report. And it sounds like it could be 10% or so on top of the number. So I know there are recommendations for going below the maximum, but this would be an argument that wherever this group decides to recommend, it could be 10% higher than that, because 2 years have passed since the data was taken, and there's a natural escalation that I think you agree is continuing right now. And just going back to explain a little more about when you calculate the fee per square foot, and I think it's on page 44, it states it costs the city $23 per square foot to create affordable housing off-site, and as low as $19 per square foot for, I think, on-site. How does that jive with construction costs? Because it seems like an order of magnitude low. Is the square foot, it's really per square foot of the entire project, or square footage, and therefore the inclusion area is 10 or 15 or 20% of that? Is that included in that calculation?
That's correct, Chair Ehlers. Those are the figures that help us determine the recommended fee level. They're expressed per square foot of market rate residential development, and therefore they correlate to a fewer number of inclusionary units because of the ratio between the inclusionary units and the market rate units. But also, it's not the total cost of an inclusionary unit, it's the financing gap to create the affordable unit, because tenants or owners will pay their rent, an affordable rent or an affordable price for those units. And in the case of rental, other funding sources such as tax credits can be brought to bear. So it's the net financing gap per inclusionary unit, on the ratio of inclusionary units divided by the market rate residential square feet.
Great. And in this study from 2 years ago, the number that for a $271,000 was the subsidy gap, the affordability gap, I believe, is the number per unit. And so, is that number probably 10% higher now? And do you still stand behind that number, that the affordability, that the cost of a affordable unit minus whatever the affordable owner would pay is approximately $271,000 per unit, plus maybe 10%?
Chair Ehlers, we do stand behind that number as still a good approximate representation of the financing gap, because the income limits that came out in 2020 were significantly higher than in 2019. So the calculation of what a very low or low income household can pay for rent made a big jump in 2020. On the other hand, costs increased, as you're implying, and tax credit funding became more competitive. So net, we think it's still a good figure to stand in for the financing gap.
Okay. So based on that, you would say that the per square foot is probably also similarly shouldn't rise that much, and that's why you're saying it's not rising, even though costs have gone up. You're saying also the income of what qualifies as a low, very low, has stepped up significantly in the past year. Okay, now I understand better. Thank you. Okay, let me go to who had, I don't know who had, Kevin, you haven't been talking for a while, so we'll give the floor to Kevin.
You led us to page 60 and 61, and I had a question for Paul concerning that. So I'm looking at the green, yellow, red chart, and I'm at on our staff report, that would be page 61. I'm looking at the impact of inclusionary requirements, low income. When we jump from 20 to 25 at low income, it seems mostly minimal impact, with the exception of the mixed use development, which falls off a cliff. You know, 35, 40% drop from 20 to 25, whereas the others don't seem to be as impacted. And can you help me wrap my head around why that happens?
Commissioner Doyle, if you could give me the document you're looking at, do you have the page reference at the
Sure.
bottom of our report?
It's page 61, table 3.4. Perhaps.
Okay, yeah. It's page 9 of the study. Very good. Unfortunately, I don't have it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been able to call that to him.
Yeah, no problem. I'm there. So mixed-use development in the testing the low, starting with 15% low, moving to the right, 20, 25, and it drops off. Yeah, the way the models work, we'd have to look at the detail, but as you calculate the required inclusionary units and do the appropriate rounding, and if available, take advantage of a density bonus, the model, sort of works in fits and spurts. So there's a situation where it's making a quick downward adjustment, and it may just be that that column didn't earn a meaningful density bonus above the one in the previous column. Just based on rounding, for example, if there was a small number of units in the project to begin with. So I don't know specifically why that's occurring.
My guess when I saw it was that we've discussed how density bonus law and inclusionary density bonus usually ends up with a 20% low-income housing anyway. So it seemed to me that perhaps in this one, a mixed-use development, what is a mixed-use development in terms of this study? What is that? It seemed to be 10, it was kind of hard to say just how big it was.
Kevin, I think that's a great question.
It's 10 units per acre, 5 units. It was, I wasn't really 100% clear on, what size lots we're looking at. It's, what is a mixed use development according to KMA?
Well, it's scenario 1 there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we could look at page 21 of the study. Unfortunately, I don't have the reference for your staff report.
That's okay. I see that your page numbers there. I can jump ahead.
So this is prototype E. And these are not, please, these are not purely KMA. This was after extensive discussion with city staff and review of, a variety of recent projects that we all formulated these project prototypes. So this one, you'll see a brief summary on page 21 of the report.
Okay.
It's a for sale product. I'm going to summarize that column there on page 21. 2-bedroom condominiums over ground floor commercial and subterranean parking.
Out there. Okay, and that's page 74 of the staff report for those following at home.
So this is a half-acre project with 5 units.
Correct.
And so now at 20% inclusionary, they would have to build, I'm guessing one unit, which is 20%.
Right.
And so if it goes up to 25%, then they would have to build 2 units, rounding up. Is that how I would read that? Maybe staff could answer that one better.
Jennifer, would it be, let's say it went up to 2.4 units, wouldn't they build 1 unit and pay a 40% inclusionary fee on the remainder for the inclusionary unit? Is that how I'm reading the intent of the new law?
The new one, yes, but the current one is that you can pay at any point of a fraction.
Yeah, okay. So they would pay the fractional portion of it.
So at 25%, it would be 1 1/4 units would be required, and 1 would be built, and the other 1/4 of a unit would be paid as a fractional in lieu fee. I'm trying to wrap this into real world things that other people out in the audience will understand.
Commissioner Doyle, if I could take everyone to page 66 of our report. column G. I'm sorry, were we coming from very low or low? Where were we a moment ago?
I was actually looking at low. Low is where we ended up with a really steep drop off.
Column I. So it's page 66 of the report. Column I is where we go from 20 low to 25 low. And and I'm going to bring your attention to line 1E.
Wait, I'm not sure.
You'll have to give us a moment because I'm not.
Yeah, hang on a second, because now we're into the section where the your page numbers have been cut off.
It's table, if it's helpful.
Hang on, Amy. Wait, and then Amy, you've got something you want to hop in with? You'll have to come off mute. Okay.
No, my only point is, just like I said, like slow up for people that are slow like me. That would be great. Okay.
Yep, we are slowing up for all of us just to make sure we all get on the same page.
So
I'm not sure, page 6.
Yeah, this
I
is
put it on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I could describe what's happening in this table, on the left side, the first 4 columns are all various base cases, columns A, B, C, D, because you have a developer has a choice of doing very low or low, and they may or may not use density bonus in the base case before the council acts on what's before you tonight. So everything on the left side is the existing situation, the choices a developer would have. The next 6 columns, E through J, are testing potential increased inclusionary requirements, assuming that the developer would build, rounding up, the inclusionary units on site as part of the project, and testing whether that's going to be feasible, not taking advantage of any fee. And so if you go to line 1E, which is, so the Roman number 1 is the upper section of the table. I know it's very small here, but if you go to the last line of Roman number 1.
If I can interject, it's page 120 of the staff report.
Thank you.
And then everyone can zoom to their own line.
Yeah, that's right. For those of us with needing glasses, we can zoom in big.
I say thank you as well.
Okay. So I think the commissioner put his finger exactly on the issue, because what you'll see on line 1E is that in columns G and I, it jumps to 2 units inclusionary.
Yep.
And rounding, right? Rounding. So in a little project like this that went from 5 units total before the bonus to 7 units down below in line 2D, the 2 units are, the 2 extra units are affordable. 2 of the 7. So there, what I meant to say earlier, just very generically, these kinds of jumps occur throughout the modeling. It's most acute in a small project with very few units.
Now, let me direct my attention to staff, either Roy or Jennifer. Now, my understanding from what I'm reading of this new ordinance is that if I was doing a 5-unit development and my inclusionary rate came out to a fractional of 1.25, I would not be building 2 units. I would not be required to build 2 units, would I? Or would I? I mean, it feels to me like from what I've been reading is that we would build just 1 unit and then we would have a 25% proportional in lieu fee that would be charged against us.
That is the option for the inclusionary requirement. For density bonus, if you're doing the 25%, then you're going to provide 2 units. It rounds up.
Okay.
Okay. And I think, can I have Susan hop in here with her question? It may be germane to this discussion. Susan, are you kind of following on to Kevin's train of thought?
Well,
Or do you want to?
When I think about fees on construction, I didn't understand at all that the fees would be on theoretical stuff. I thought it's only on things that actually get built. So I was thinking that the it's kind of like, it's how school tax fees are based on your square footage that you build. And here we have an in lieu fee for affordable housing. And so I thought it was only built. So if you build one unit, you're only taxed, and it's 2,000 square feet. And so you're billed $20 per square foot or whatever for your fee, your in lieu fee. I didn't think of it as being applying to something that you could theoretically not build. So if I came out to being 1.25, I would think that I'm building this one and I'm taxed on the square footage for the in lieu fee on that one that I actually build, not on some possible thing.
I think what's going on here is we're seeing that it's not, the in lieu fee is exactly as you described. It will be based on the square footage of the development. But what we're looking at here is inclusionary cost plus density bonus costs. And so what Kevin hit upon in this example is the point where the density bonus rounding finally kicks in and causes it on a small project to go from 1 to 2. And that greatly reduces the feasibility that KMA determined. When it goes to 2, it's taking a much bigger portion of the residual land value. And so it's really an artifact of of the state density bonus law and the way it rounds. And it's not, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer or Paul, it is not a change in the inclusionary charge. That is the same, no matter what percentage I'm sorry, no, it is, the inclusionary is stepping up the whatever amount it says, but the big change in that calculation was really due to the density bonus law, right? Either Kevin or
Yeah,
Jennifer.
Let me just point out here, I'm looking at this now. Density bonus, let's say, requires that 20%, which is 1 unit. Inclusionary, were it to be called at 25%, would density bonus would be met by building 1 unit, and then inclusionary would be met by paying an in lieu fee for the quarter of a unit.
Correct.
And so this nexus study, or at least in this particular instance, seems flawed to me. This is the nexus study, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
This is the feasibility study.
So I mean, you wouldn't build 2 units. You would build 1 unit and have an in lieu fee of whatever, a quarter of whatever we decide.
if we stick to the quarter, yes, they could pay that quarter.
I mean, and this is just the example that's on screen, the five units on half an acre. If they use density bonus and 20%, actually, they could have gone very low. It just, the drop off, this jump from 1 to 2 units at 25% is not something that's going to happen. That jump is only going to happen up to 20%. It would change from 15 to 20% if we're within the density bonus. Because
you're saying because the density bonus, in order to qualify for the 15% density bonus, you have to have how many units? I'm confused. I see where you say there may be an issue here.
I mean, so we have 5 units. Here, sorry, who else is talking?
Sorry, it's Roy.
Hi, Roy. Sorry. Too many talking heads here in front of me. I had to figure out who it was. But like, let's say we've got this half-acre lot. If we want to build 5 units, we're going to take advantage of the density bonus law, and we're going to say either 15 or 20% is going to be low income or very low income. And that's our 1 unit. But we want 5 units. And our inclusionary, if it were to require 25%, would not require us to build that extra unit.
Correct.
Correct, with the
And-
inclusionary,
and nobody
was
in their right
25%.
mind would build that unit. You would pay that quarter of the fee. It would be,
Yeah, I think you hit on it, Kevin. I think you
so I think that turns that one from
Paul, do you
red to yellow.
understand where you've got a line E going between the column H and I, it jumps from 1 to 2. The truth is the inclusionary fee, which is that you're gonna have to build 1 density bonus unit, right? Out of 5. You don't have to build 2 density bonus units, right? So the affordable 1 unit qualifies you for the density bonus at a certain level. And then when you move the inclusionary law from 20% low to 25% low, in the case of the proposed law in front of us now, you would only have to pay 1.25 units, or 1 unit plus, you'd have to build 1 unit because it's density bonus. And I presume you'd pay 25%. And so that 2 units significantly overstates the cost and therefore changes the affordability, if you will, or it reduces the residual land value.
Correct.
By a significant amount. Do you, Jennifer, were we reading this correctly? Is that, I didn't hear.
Yeah, so I was saying the 25% as applied to inclusionary would trigger a 1.25, and that option could be there that they construct the 1 or they pay the 0.25.
Yeah, and so from a cost basis, and therefore to calculate the residual land value as this study does, it really should use in column I, row E affordable units, it should use a 1.25 there. I think Kevin, you caught, I think that's a mistake, and that we, given the proposed law, we need to update.
Chair Ehlers, if I might clarify. Yes. We use these pro forma models for 2 purposes. One is to test a variation in the inclusionary requirement, right? These higher level of inclusionary production requirements. And the other is to come up with a measure of how you might set an in lieu fee. Yeah. So this is how we typically do it. You put your finger on how it plays out for a small project where there is that huge drop off because we didn't take advantage of a pro rata fee, right, on the fractional unit, and we rounded up to 2 units. But what fee would we have plugged into the model for that 0.25 units? Because we're using the model to come up with estimates of what should be the fee.
Understood, but on the other hand, you have builders or people commenting on it that are looking at the red, green, yellow, and saying, hey, that red is infeasible, when in fact, if we were to adopt a pro rata inclusionary, it would probably not be red, it would probably be yellow at least. So
and we typically address that more by reviewing the proposed program and the alternatives available to developers to comply.
Okay. Okay. Are there other questions? Can I? I've got an area I'd like to go into. I don't have, Kevin, I really appreciate you getting down into the detail. Man, you're down in deeper than I was. So
I just saw I saw that little cliff on that drop off red, green, yellow chart, and I dug into it, and I didn't find out the answer until just now, at the same time as you did.
No, Kevin, that's a huge compliment, you know.
Well, thanks. I guess, I don't know. It's it is, we're just doing the job that we need to do.
So stepping back to maybe a higher level, I have a general question of whether or not the policy we have with even the current inclusionary the way it is, whether it's even working. And if you look at the report, page 12, page 17, it's in the whereases of the resolution. It says right now we need 57% of our future new housing to be extra low, very low, and low, or extremely low, very low, and low in affordable units. So 57% is what we need in order to fulfill the needs. We got to get closer to that number. But our current policy is actually building the exact opposite. It's building 15% affordable or 85% market rate.
Correct.
And this would take us to, the proposal on the table would take us to 80% and 20%, which doesn't come anywhere near. It says you're building 5 to 1, right? You're going to build 5 market rate units for every 1 affordable unit you generate.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, and furthermore, in the report, it basically says new market rate housing uses available land and drives up the price of remaining land. This is in our resolution. Why do we then, I'm asking this question, why do we then require, today it's 6 times, but maybe tomorrow it's 5 times, the market rate units per affordable? The ratio needs to be much closer to 50-50 to be sensible. And so one of the discussions I would like to have is to go back and I'll actually credit this idea back to Glenn O'Grady, our former Planning Commission chair. He brought up there are several cities in California that have much higher inclusionary rates for affordable housing overlay zones. So the R30 is essentially on where it's used as an overlay, is an affordable housing overlay zone. And if you take the examples that I've got in front of me are Capitola, Corte Madera, Los Gatos. I'll take Corte Madera as an example. They actually have 100% for the affordable housing overlay zones are split up between very low, low, and moderate. There's in the affordable housing overlay zones there is no above moderate, right? I think all the studies show us we're building way more above moderate than we need. And the question is, and then I'll go through a couple others. Capitola, they have essentially 50% shall be income restricted. And then Corte Madera, they do, Los Gatos, I'll switch to Los Gatos. Los Gatos requires, and they have a project by project that requires 50 to 55% be affordable, low and very low. And so I guess that tells me it's feasible to ask more. And I wonder if, I keep going through numbers. If I take a typical R30 project and let's say it's on an RR2 and it's 5 acres and you're going from 15 houses to R30 and you're going to be up in the 150, 200 houses, right, with density bonus. And the value of the land goes up astronomically in that case. Yeah, and I understand the costs go up, but apparently other cities are able to capture that granting of additional development rights and take a portion of it and apply it towards affordable. Why can't we do that? It's something that Glenn first, I think, before Measure T promoted. I even promoted it to the city council at the time. It fell on deaf ears at the time. And I think I did it again at Measure U. And I think we talked about the same idea. And I think our recommendation was closer to that when we made our recommendation for Measure U to the council. So I guess what I'd like to understand, or I'd like to discuss and understand if KMA can tell me why Capitola, Los Gatos, Corte Madera can do something like this. Why do the numbers not work here? And is it due to some kind of model assumption like we just saw? And do we want to go back and analyze that one more time and really get it understood in detail? So any comments on my, Susan?
Well, I think one of the reasons it doesn't work here is because these unit sizes are huge. They're not, I have lived in a studio that was 325 square feet when I was coming up and, upwardly mobile, I guess you could say. I have lived in a home that I bought. Not my first home I bought, but my second one was only 625 square feet. and it had 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, considered a starter home. One of the reasons these are not like those that you were mentioning, your examples, is that they're much bigger. You can't build an affordable house if you're building a mansion. You know, you can't build an affordable house if it's twice as big as it really kind of needs to be.
Okay. Amy, you have your hand up?
I do, and I know that I'm with Susan. You know, the examples that we're using, Costa Madera and, you know, Capitola, and what was the other?
It was Los Gatos.
Los Gatos. Okay. Okay. So you're talking smack dab in the middle of Silicon Valley. I mean, I'm not really quite sure those are the best places in order for us to be like taking data from in order to compare it to us. But at the end of the day, I'm with Susan. I mean, you know, again, what is affordable housing here in Encinitas is what we need to be very cognizant of. I know we all are, but you know, I mean, how we do that, I just don't want us to get too kooky on like comparing ourselves to Northern California cities. That's it.
So a couple of comments on that. First of all, like I'll take the Los Gatos example. They're talking about apartments. You know, they have different properties. Los Gatos Lodge was one. There's Los Gatos Oaks apartments that they're applying these to. So I don't think they're large. Second thing is in our R30, that's one of the reasons I argued, you know, it's tiny homes, right? Remember, we included in our R30 a maximum average unit size so that they would be more naturally affordable. So when you're building R30, you can't build McMansions. They're limited. Roy or Jennifer, what was the upper limit on the maximum average? It was 1,000 and something square feet. So these are not, we're not talking about 2,500 square foot homes. The average is that, which means the low income would probably be on the lower side of the average. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's somewhere just north of 1,000 some odd square feet, so that we could get a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms also and accommodate lower income families. So Brett, you've got your hand up too.
Okay, thank you. I mean, there's a lot of issues here, but I think I caution with the cities you've chosen. I mean, it's great we look at other cities and communities, but Capitola, I used to work there. It's a small town. It's about 10,000 people, a little less. Mm-hmm. Costa Madera, I looked it up, it's 9,500 people. I imagine these places are built out. Los Gatos has that weird census tract issue. If you guys remember, we talked about that before. Like for some reason, they've got an exception. I don't understand it fully, to be honest. So, I mean, we probably should make sure we're comparing apples to apples here with cities of 60,000, 100,000, at least 30,000. So again, I think Capitola, I know, is a really built out place too. But at most, you're going to get a duplex or something, you know, typically in that town. The other thing is, so if we do increase the density bonus, or the inclusionary housing required for a site, it's the short of it's going to come out of the land value. I think KMA identified that the R30s are having a huge windfall, and everyone else is going to take a hit on their property values. So I think when you're saying that you want to have a higher inclusionary, it's going to come out of the land is what's going to happen. And then prices will adjust because people will still pay what they can for rent or for what they can qualify for a mortgage. So that's neither here nor there, but just an observation I want to share. The other thing I'm a little concerned about, if we start going with, and I'm concerned about the recent talk about doing 100% or near 100% affordable projects, that we're going to create something where we're going to create the projects. And I think we got to watch that fine line of where we're having a balance of housing types and a community that mixes. So just that's something I want to just caution the Planning Commission right now. And one more thing to think about this in lieu fee, and I'm really mixed on the in lieu. I'm not sure where I stand right now. But if right now we're looking at projects that really are going to go for every density bonus, concession, waiver they possibly can to extract the maximum value out of the site. And this is going to penalize smaller projects by and large, especially projects less than 7 units or houses for that matter. that can't build an affordable unit, got to pay the fee. And the in lieu fee, but for those other projects, the in lieu fee might cause less impactful projects, especially smaller projects that don't have to really jam in there like the Bonita 10 did, or the project on Santa Fe we saw. And it might free up some resources to put the money towards other uses that could help with housing problems. So there's a lot of things there, but I just want to point out that we got to be careful what we reference for cities. We understand that the values of the land is what's impacted by if we increase affordable, caution us for a mix of housing, and that the in lieu might have some benefits for better projects that could fit in the community. But like I said, I'm kind of all over the place with all this information.
Well, it's a big subject though. So other comments from anybody?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just want to address the comment about the different in lieu fees that are the cities. Just looking at the city of Capitola, their inclusionary requirement is 15%. And then also looking at the city of the town of Corte Madera, theirs is also around 10% and 15%.
But have you
looked
at their affordable housing overlay zone law?
Yeah, so that may be different than the inclusionary. There's a separate inclusionary requirement.
And that's all I'm talking about, Roy. And I actually clipped the section out of their affordable housing overlay zone. Now it's been a year or two.
Yes, and that is in return for providing assistance. So in return of receiving assistance, that they commit to increase the affordable requirement. So that's the exchange for increasing the affordable requirement is to receive some sort of a financial assistance. And that's in the town of Capitola or the city of Capitola. But just looking at their inclusionary requirement, it is 15%.
Okay.
Would our affordable housing overlay be our R30 zone effectively?
I haven't looked at that, but I assume that's usually what that means. No, in that case, it's Bay Area and their default density is 20 units per acre. So they don't have to go to the same density. For some reason, they're considered rural or non-city and we're considered city, which is just some of the absurdity in the state law. But yeah. And so the question I have, and you know, it's, I look at the R30 and I would also question in our case, in our city, why when we bring out 15 properties, do we have what, 7 going through the process right now? I've been calling it a gold rush. We have a gold rush in Encinitas to build these massive R30 or in some cases with density bonus, R40 and effectively R45 or above density. And it's been a rush. I heard, wait, let me finish. And then I remember being told when we went through this that we couldn't go above 15%, that it was financially infeasible. And we came to the conclusion last time we had this discussion in 2018 that 15% was the upper limit. But then that flies in the face of some projects. We have a project here in Olevenheim that has the developer has voluntarily gone to 20%. So that tells me there is two things. The market is moving, the developers are moving to, on the R30 overlay zones, to much, they're moving fast, and they're capable of affording 20% for certain. I mean, that's proof right there, the 20% on some of these step-up zones, and that one happens to be an RR2 to an RR30, and that's a huge step up in the number of units and the profitability. And that's proof in my mind. So I think our policy right now today with our inclusionary and a density bonus and everything is not producing, it's producing 6 times the number of market units to the affordable units. And up and down the state, and especially here, we are overproducing in above moderate, and we're underproducing woefully and have a history of underproducing. And that's not just Encinitas, it's everywhere. And we need to do something different. And I think it is in the R30 affordable housing overlay zone that we need to get those numbers up. Maybe it's not 50%, maybe it's 35%. Maybe we go back and fix some of these calculations here and check and see if we can't go above even 20% up to 25, because there were cases in this 2-year-old study that said 25% was feasible. I think we need to tailor the inclusionary to not penalize small developments, but and to basically require, and some of the laws I've looked at had higher percentages for larger projects. And so that's one concept. And the other concept is I actually think on the non-R30, I'm actually leaning more towards staying at the 10 and 15%. So I think there ought to be a difference, and I think there is a financial difference between the two based on what's happening in the market and what I'm seeing actual developers do. So, comments? Susan, you've got your hand up.
We did just change our density bonus ordinance, right, to be compliant so that we wouldn't be, if we didn't change it, we were going to have to go to 35%. And when would that kick in, that change that we made so recently?
That's probably a question for Jennifer or Roy.
I guess, well, we did that as a planning commission. We did approve just recently an increase. That's for the density bonus projects.
The 35% is different than the 25% we're talking about. The 35% there is how much additional units over and above the zoned units they can get.
Right. And so those numbers, when you look at codes and you look at the numbers in our own municipal codes, those numbers can all change over time. And I agree with you. I think that for our nexus study that I looked at, this nexus study that was done, and I saw that about 29% of our city actually needs affordable housing. And so I think it would be much more in line to go to somewhere around 29 or 30% as the affordable. And that would include, the low to very low to, moderate. It was like 29% of us. Not everybody is wealthy here. And I think we should increase that number. I agree. Our inclusionary number could be higher. I agree with you.
And when you say increase it, do you mean citywide or citywide and R30, or do you mean R30 only?
Yeah, I think the only way we can do it is citywide, because you could go and say, okay, for if it's over 5 units or over 10 units, you could choose, a value where it kicks in. But it's so much easier to just blanket it, because when you blanket it, then you can't say, no, I picked on them because I picked on the developer or whatever. When we say it applies to every project, of course, it could have perhaps a sliding scale or something like that, as far as the fee structure, because obviously a guy that is building on his own single family 3-unit, with a house, an ADU, a JADU, he can't afford to do 50 units. He can't afford to build the scale like that. So you could have, but I think it really should be a blanket thing that applies to everyone. And it is kind of a chicken and egg thing when you think about it. The city can't afford to build affordable units. But if we take in these in lieu fees, we'll eventually have enough money that we can do something meaningful, whether it's voucher programs or whether it's building something. And so it's a chicken and egg thing in a way, these in lieu fees. If we don't collect them, we for sure can't afford to build affordable or give out vouchers willy-nilly, But if we collect them, we can do something with them to make a difference for people. So I think we do need to collect these in lieu fees. The question, I guess, for me, I approve of this concept of in lieu fees, but and for us, I approve of it. But the question is how we apply it. And I do think you're right about a higher number of low affordable in the policy.
A higher number for the we're talking inclusionary fee.
Right, I know, and a higher number of affordable, a higher percentage of affordable units in these projects. I agree with that.
When you say project, do you mean
like
the
29 or 30%, I think was what we actually need.
Oh, you're talking about the R30 projects, or I'm trying to understand if you mean, you said citywide, but
citywide.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, as a city right now, our city population, we have certain demographic here that already we have people who do need low and affordable and so on, low, very low, you know, all those categories. And so we have them, they're here, they're living in housing, they're part of our demographic. And as people keep moving into the city, I would expect that demographic to be fairly consistent. I would say, you know, we probably will still continue next year. We'll probably still need 29% affordable housing. Some people already live in affordable housing here, but we'll keep, you know, as if we grow. But another thing I think is that balance is better. And I think we shouldn't be so much growth oriented as we should be more of a donut economy where we're sustainably managing things to be balanced. So if someone leaves, yeah, we can add a new unit then. If we demolish something, okay, then it's time to add a new unit maybe. But I think out of control growth is not sustainable. And it's not only for our city, but everywhere.
Okay, Brett?
Well, I've got a couple of open-ended questions. I guess the first one is for staff or for the planning director. I guess the goal here today is to pass this ordinance. And do we have a certain timeline or deadline we're up against with the state of California for this? I guess that'd be for Roy or Jennifer.
There's no deadline in the sense of, we've identified that we are going to move this item in the spring of 2021. We've added it, continued it into the 6th cycle housing element. So that would be my deadline in that sense of, you know, we said we were going to move forward with this item in accordance with, you know, what's recommended in the feasibility analysis too. So I just want to also remind everyone that the inclusionary ordinance, we need to continue to make sure that it doesn't constrain development, because that is the big part, right, of housing element law too.
Okay, I think that answers the question. We don't really have a deadline, but we have a self-imposed deadline we're trying to meet. I'm all for us, you know, moving forward in a more expeditious way. But I think what we're really talking about, all of us right now, is do we want an in lieu fee so people don't have to build housing so that we collect money to possibly use it? Or do we want to have developments have to build the affordable housing as part of their developments? So it's really the choice. Like if we give an in lieu, there's going to be less housing built probably. Yep. But the in lieu fee might help us with resources that we could use to, like I keep talking about preserving existing housing inventory. I don't think rent vouchers work, but I love that idea. And, you know, really at the end of the day, we're not going to build our way out of this. Even if we build another 30,000 units here, like it's still going to be an expensive town. We're never going to get there, guys. So, I mean, the real issues here are wages. You know, are people being affordable wages? Should people be given tax credits if they're troubled and they can't handle? There's more than 30 or 40% income goes towards housing. These are bigger state issues. But, you know, I'll climb off my soapbox here. But I just as a builder here, I don't see us as ever going to be able to meaningfully reduce the cost of living here. So it comes down to how do we somehow mitigate that? And, you know, the question right now is like, are we wasting our time with an in lieu fee, or because we want to get more actual affordable housing built, or do we want to do the in lieu fee? And we can, you know, parse the numbers, but I think that's the question.
Agreed.
Kevin?
I look at the in lieu fees, and this is why I drilled in early on to see, well, who would take advantage of paying an in lieu fee? And I found one example just this evening, which is that half-acre mixed-use lot that didn't want to build a whole extra unit and could now pay for a quarter of a unit. I would say every large development is going to take advantage of the density bonus law. I mean, there might be a couple of places, you know, in a 5-acre lot out in the Leeuwenhoek where they're going to build a whole bunch of really beautiful big houses, and they say, we don't want any affordable houses here. They may take advantage of this. You know, house per acre, but the amount of money we get in from this, I suspect is going to be a lot less than anyone imagines. I think it's going to be, because people aren't going to take the money. They're going to need the density bonus in order to build these big projects, and they're going to build them on site as they're obligated to. So the in lieu fee is really, I see more as a benefit for smaller players, so that we can, if you have this little half-acre lot and you want to build a few houses, you could actually do it. But if you had to, and you could do it with us having increased our affordable housing percentages. Now, if you there was no in lieu fee, then that every time we bumped up the percentage 5%, we would be seriously hurting someone who's going to fall on the wrong side of that rounding error. If you're going to build 200 units, the rounding error is a fraction. If you're building 5 units, a rounding error, as you can see, is 20% of your project. So I see it only as the only people who will be used, it'll be small projects. And I like to keep it in there. I would not like to make it a huge driver. I mean, I'd be curious now. We've had this fund. We I think have an affordable housing fund that's paid for, that's supposedly fueled with in lieu fees currently. Is that correct, Roy?
That is correct.
And maybe Roy or Jennifer, does anyone know? Do we have any money in it? Does it? How does it generate? How's it doing?
Yes, we currently have approximately about $1.4 million in that account.
And how much goes in on average? How long did it take us to save that up? I mean, just curious what kind of income that generates.
I would say that account has been in place and accumulating over the last 10 to 15 years.
So, I mean, do we take in $100,000 a year in lieu fees, or do we take in $1 million?
Given that most projects that we have are density bonus projects, they don't pay the fee. They're required to build a unit.
Right.
So,
okay, go ahead.
Let me finish before I let this go. So the in lieu fees are not a big driver for our budget. They're not going to make or break Encinitas. We're not going to save up $5 million and buy. I mean, we might over the course of the next decade or so, but chances are it's not going to be a big driver. It's going to be an aid to our smaller clients. And none of these big projects are going to build offsite. They can't. Now, related to this, I was saying, well, let's say we were to raise the low density from 20% to 25%, minor jump. But now I look at the chart, and for the commissioners, that's on page 65, where we drill into the 6 sites, Rancho Santa Fe, Sage Canyon, Baldwin, Jackal, Sunshine Gardens, and Manchester Avenue West. Now, 2 of these here, Jackal and Sunshine, they're in the red from the very get-go. And these ones, I'm pretty sure one of them is visiting serving commercial, the other one's general commercial.
Yep.
So the reason these guys are so impacted is that they're just better off as a commercial project. They're taking dollars and cents. So, the other ones, you bring in RR2 up to R30, they can take the hit. And what I'm seeing from this, and this might seem like heresy, but Jackal, I know he wants to do this because he wants to do this. He's a local and he has a dream for that corner of the city. Some of the other commercial spots perhaps were bad picks. If they can't be feasible with enough low-end or affordable housing, then maybe we should have picked other sites. That's not a subject for tonight, but it makes me put slightly less weight on the red matrix call out for Jackal and Sunshine, and I'm not sure what was the other. I guess Manchester Avenue West might have been the other zoned commercial, because we pointed out why several of those sites right at the start of the KMA report. I'll jump up to that. Give me a sec. But it seems to me to indicate that, yes, we could go higher. It might impact our R30 sites that are already, you know, why are they doing it? We don't know. It's not our job to develop these sites. But I think going from 15 to 20, we could go 20 to 25. And I think we could absorb this. I mean, you mentioned 29, Susan. I don't know what the number is. It should be higher. I feel it should be higher in my gut. And a lot of the numbers seem to back me up.
So, okay. Couple of questions to clarify on that Affordable Housing Fund, Roy or Jennifer. Today, do we charge an inclusionary fee or requirement on single family new housing?
We do not.
Okay. And how about, so what we're proposing would actually add a fee, correct? At whatever percentage or whatever cost per square foot we determine, correct?
Yeah, it expands the requirement to more housing to have the option to pay the fee.
So more money would go into that affordable housing fund because many more single family small projects would be paying so many dollars per square foot, which corresponds to their proportional or fractional affordable inclusionary unit that they would have owed if they were gathered up into a bigger project. To date, they've been avoiding that in small projects. So now let's say for instance, we chose a number of $25 a square foot. That would be times the square footage of that brand new construction house, right? So if it was, I'll do $20 to be easier on the math, and it's a 3,500 square foot house, that'd be $70,000. Am I doing that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so understand what we're proposing tonight on a single family residence. Before this project, 0 on a new construction. After this project, if we chose 20 on a 3,500 square foot house, could be $70,000 additional cost to the homeowner and the developer.
If I could jump in real quick, this is Carl Schwarm. That dollar per square foot amount is prorated. So if it's only one unit they're building, they wouldn't pay the full $20. It's going to be, the recommendation will be that it's, you know, it's ratcheted up the more units you have. If you pay I don't have it in front of me, but it'd be like 20% of the fee. And then if you had 2 units, it'd be maybe 30 and so forth till you get up to 7. And then you'd have the full fee.
The recommendation was for 6 or less to be on a sliding scale to reach up to $20 per square foot.
So it wouldn't be that amount for a single family home. It would probably be somewhere like $2,000.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. And the analysis we have in front of us, the KMA study, and I'm sorry, Carl, what's your role? Are you with KMA or?
No, I apologize. I'm the affordable housing consultant. I've been just listening in case there's any questions, but I want to make sure that's a very common problem that gets overlooked is, you know, if you only have one unit, you don't pay the full $20 per square foot. You pay a prorated share of that.
Okay. And thank you. And thanks for the introduction, because so interesting. So the Nexus study, or the red, green, blue study that KMA did to date, Paul, none of this sliding scale or was accounted for in there. And granted, the examples you're using tend to be bigger ones. Is that true? Would we talked about earlier with the 1 versus 2 inclusionary, it would have changed that red to probably yellow. There are probably other places in this study would have changed it. Do you agree with that statement? Paul,
I'm sorry, is that a question to me? I'm sorry, I thought you were still Paul.
No, to you.
Yeah, no, again, Chair Ehlers, the way the study is set up is those performers are helping us determine the fee level. The policy recommendation in front of you is to mitigate that fee level for 6 units or lower on a sliding scale, which indeed makes it more feasible for developers to comply with the inclusionary ordinance.
Yeah, but your methodology and your spreadsheet does not take into account the policy, whether, no matter what the fee level is, and it has granularities in it that trigger red far sooner than it would. Do you agree?
Well, I don't believe we have a single family prototype below 6 units. 6 units or fewer. So we assume that they would be faced with the inclusionary requirement to produce the units. And you were looking at their obligation to produce on or off site as one of the ways to measure the potential in lieu fee.
So when the calculation that Kevin went through earlier tonight, when it went from 1 to 2,
right,
and it was 25% of 5 units, and under the current policy, it's not 2 units, 1.25, which under the proposed policy would mean they could pay that 25%. But I think in your cost basis, in your analysis, you assumed a full 2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it does misstate the red in that case. The red, it's overstating the cost, understating the residual land value.
Right, that is correct. I mean, the program as proposed in front of you is gentler in that respect, in that they could pay that fractional in lieu fee.
Okay, and I wholeheartedly support that, because I don't like, one of the things that upsets me when these rounding errors force, unique conclusions. And so I like the proportional because it works better in the smaller units. So one thing, we've been going almost 3 hours. I was wondering whether anybody else was interested in a quick bio break.
I would be up for that.
I got 2. Okay. Why don't we, if there's no objections, although I can handle the 2 hands up right now, we can do it right after we come back.
Oh, I'm blowing.
That's okay.
Actually, no, I still have my hand up.
Okay.
I'm not used to
Susan?
using that little button.
All I can say is if you got, Amy, you comment, or what's your hand up? Yeah. Go ahead, Amy. Oh, you want the break. Okay, got the break. If you have your hand up right now, write down your question so you don't forget it when you come back. What, Susan?
I just have a quick one that I sent something to Dina to share to everyone about affordable inclusionary housing funds collected by other cities. And I think San Clemente is very similar to us.
Mm-hmm.
And they collected 4 million. So I think this is possibly a source of quite a bit of additional income for affordable housing based on what I just researched, and I shared that link to Dina to share to everyone.
Okay.
Thanks, Jude. Thank you.
Okay, with that, it's 8:45. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back at 8:55?
All right, sounds good.
Okay. And remember, your mics are probably live.
We can hear you.
Uh-oh. I think we're almost at 10 minutes.
Hot mic. I remember this up on the dais. It's one hot mic, and all of a sudden, everything that happens during breaks is broadcast to the public.
That's right.
And in the course of watching things happen in City Hall over the last 15, 20 years, I've seen a couple of hot mic accidents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm in the middle of eating cereal. So how about that, guys? Awesome.
I'm eating beer bread, homemade beer bread. So unfortunately, not enough beer.
Ooh, that's awesome. Seriously?
Seriously.
Cool.
Wait, who's that? Is that Bruce?
Yeah, but that's not me doing the baking.
No. Seriously, is that like a German recipe?
I have to ask her where she got. She's been getting a lot from the New York Times lately.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
It really is. It when you have a piece of it, you know you've had a piece of bread.
Oh,
it's beer and cheese bread.
But is it like what's that kind of bread called? Like rye bread? Is it like that kind of bread or?
No, it's more like a dense sourdough-ish.
Ooh,
it's got a good flavor to it.
Real bread.
Yum.
My Swedish wife is very critical of the bread, what that stuff we call bread here. It's like, she's like, that's not bread.
Yeah,
bread has teeth to it.
Yeah, this is more what you find in Illinois and Wisconsin.
Love it.
Yeah. So we need Brett and we need Barry and Jennifer.
So does it actually have cheese in it or no?
Yeah, it has some cheese in it too.
Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh, that's wicked good.
We've been talking about getting one of those bread machines, like you put the dough in, it's like a rice cooker.
Nah.
I've seen it make some wonderful bread. And I mean, you can get quite creative. My mom bought me a subscription to Cooks Illustrated several years ago.
Oh, the best ever.
And I've kept it active. It's inexpensive. It's like $12 a year. And it's such a good magazine. I'm like, oh my God, that you cook bacon the same way we do. And for little tips and tricks I get.
It's absolutely the best ever.
Okay, we're obviously preoccupied with food. We're all probably hungry.
Shall we get to business?
Shall we get back to business so we can get done here? I would like to kind of maybe frame the argument or move forward. I have comments almost line by line like we typically do when we go through code. And Kevin, I don't know if you have them too. We've talked a lot about the policy level. What is everybody's thoughts on how to proceed to bring this to some type of conclusion?
Well, it seems to me we need to nail down the percentages. Because Bruce, you broke it up well earlier. We've got citywide and then we've got R30. And do we treat them the same or different? I think that would be the first question. If we treat them the same, then, what is our preferred numbers? If we treat them differently, then we have to figure out numbers for each. And in terms of the in lieu fee, I think we can, honestly, I don't know what to say about that. I personally want to make sure that we come up with a method that does not affect individual homeowners. I don't know if that's where most of our money's coming from, but I'm thinking if let's say I've got my house and I bulldoze it to the ground and I build a new house. Now, Jennifer, you told me I don't need to pay any in lieu fees there, but let's say I also build a really cool ADU at the same time. Yep. Now, from my reading, that if I increase the units,
ADUs are not, they're exempted. So if you went from a single family to a duplex, then you would increase by 1.
Okay, so I would have to have made it into a duplex or something of that nature.
Right. ADUs are exempted from the inclusionary.
Okay, so, but I mean, if I'm trying to think in what instance would this impact an individual homeowner? I'm not building 2 houses, I'm just building 1. Is there any instance in which case that would affect them?
Maybe if it was a vacant lot and there was no residential unit previously on that site for 2 years.
Okay.
Okay, Kevin, I think you hopped into discussion again, and I just wanted to,
Sorry.
yeah.
But
Susan, did you have a comment about how to proceed? How to come to?
Well, I think, have we looked at other cities? Because this document that I sent everyone, like in Irvine, it applies to all residential developments. In Pasadena, it's if they're 10 units or more. In San Clemente, it's 6 units or more. That's probably the most similar to us, San Clemente, out of these communities. Oxnard, 10 units or more in lieu applies. Brea, 20 units or more. Santa Paula, 10 units or more. And Port Henry is 10 units or more. So this is, other cities all do it differently. I would say that San Clemente is the closest one to us in terms of being a coastal community, of about the same size. They're a little smaller than us, but not that much smaller. And they're doing it with 6 units or more. We could go to maybe 5 units or more. We're a little bigger than San Clemente.
I do have our San Diego region examples that I can show as well for the in lieu fee amounts.
Okay, so what I'm getting is we have to decide, should the percentage, first decision would be percentage citywide or different for the overlay zone, the R30, the numbers for the percentage or for each of the 2 different ones if they're different. I think there may be some discussion about the applicability to single family and whether we like the way it's currently proposed with the sliding scale from 1 to 6, I think ratcheting up. And then the actual fees themselves, I think is the, for the inclusionary fee for residential, and then whether it's a different inclusionary fee for residential care general facilities. Those are like 5 of the issues. Am I missing any that we need to decide? Any, and Jennifer and Roy, feel free to hop in, make sure we're giving you all the decisions we need.
So, I mean, all of those are components of the ordinance. So, I mean, if we are going to want to go line by line, that may be that time in which we discuss those aspects so that we can see the text together.
And that's worked well in the past, in my opinion, but it's laborious. But my opinion tonight is that I think I've learned a lot about getting into some of the weeds here, and if the Planning Commission doesn't go into the weeds on this line by line code, who is? You know, and we're the ones implementing, or I should say, evaluating this code each time it comes up. So, but I want to hear from the rest of the Planning Commission. Susan, go ahead.
Well, quite honestly, I'm pretty happy with it the way it is, exactly the way it already is. I'm pretty happy with all of it. The sliding scale, the percentage could be higher. That's the only thing that I would probably change about the way it is right now. I think if we went through it piece by piece, that would be the one part I would want to change. Everything else, I'm pretty happy with.
Well, and to change that, we would have to look at the nexus study and make sure there is a nexus, and that the conclusion could support that decision, right? ultimately. And
Well-
that's where Kevin's find could adjust that a little bit on some of the projects and allow for a little higher, maybe even. So Kevin, you've got your hand up, and then Brett's got his hand up. I don't know if you,
And I have to say that I would even flex on that if it was a matter of financial feasibility. I would flex on that and defer to staff on that so that we don't get into it ourselves, since we don't want to go into financial, you know, we're not accountants ourselves. We're not, that's not our area.
well, apparently Kevin is. He did a pretty good job there. So Brett, do you want to?
I'm an amateur everything.
Yeah, Brett had his hand up, so let's go to Brett.
Well, you were just asking for what the planning commission feels, and you know, to be honest, I'm very ambivalent on this. I'm very mixed on which way it should go, but I have no real issues with what's being proposed. What I am a little worried about here at 9:05 p.m. is going line by line through this. I think that could take a couple hours. So I just want to, you know, make sure if we're going to undertake that task line by line, that we have time for it. And some of us won't be here. So you know, I think we should be aware of that. So whatever the path the commission wants to go, just want to put that out there that I have no real issues with this. I'm ambivalent on it, and but I don't want to go line by line tonight.
Okay, and so anybody else, or Susan, your hand's still up, just so you know on your.
I was pretty.
I'm
much
sorry, I
prepped
put it
to go
down.
line by line.
What was that, Kevin?
I said I was pretty much prepped to go line by line. I think we could move through this quicker. I think maybe we try it and we'll see what happens at 9:30, 24 minutes from now,
Okay.
and see if are we moving through this or are we getting totally bogged down.
I'm with Kevin, and Brett, I think, is not with us. I get kind of a nod yes out of Susan.
Yes, I agree.
I think,
I agree with Kevin.
okay, I agree. Let's just plow through it. If you can, what page does it start on?
21.
21, yep. So perhaps share screen, bring up 21 and.
Hey, just as being what is our point to this?
We're going to look at the wording of this and make sure it's going to flag the things that need changing. The devil's in the details.
Okay.
You
And
know,
we're gonna,
so
okay,
page
now-
21 is the,
Yeah.
this is the actual ordinance that will go into effect.
yeah, I'm with you, Kevin, but I guess my point being is whatever we decide tonight,
Mhm.
that is what goes forward.
That's what council's going to debate.
Yeah.
So they'll watch our proceedings here. They'll take the draft that we've put together.
Okay.
They'll make whatever changes they see fit, or they'll say, wow, the planning commission did such an awesome job. We can't change anything.
Okay, but I mean, no,
Probably won't happen that way.
no, in all fairness to Brett's point, I mean, you know, okay, so we're not going to be the last eyes on this. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And I mean, I can fly through the first 3 pages. I've got things I've had flagged, I've already addressed. On
Yeah.
page 22, where I look under definitions, I was like, or moderate income households is an affordable unit and a moderate income household. This is
Hey,
in
okay,
page
nothing on
22.
20, nobody on 21?
21, I didn't have anything to say. Does anyone have
Okay.
anyone on 21?
Going once, going twice, 22.
I'm looking at the definition of affordable unit, which means a dwelling unit to be afforded to very low income or moderate income households.
Yeah, that and affordable. What's affordable rent?
Oh, that's specified somewhere else. It's like a percentage of the
Okay.
median
Okay,
San Diego
okay.
rent.
All right, fair enough.
It's in here somewhere, but
Okay, fair
it
enough.
changes.
Fair enough.
And I had a question about affordable rent, which is above this. So just starting at the top.
Okay.
On affordable rent, does that include utilities? And if so, what utilities, like internet, phone?
Good question.
And you know, we're pretty explicit in the latter half of that definition, or in one of the other similar definitions where we give a whole list of like affordable sales price
Yeah.
is I love how that is included. I would love to have that same parenthetical type of statement, but for affordable rent and including an allowance for paid utilities, parentheses.
It does
including-
say it. It says affordable rent means the maximum monthly rent, including an allowance for tenant paid utilities, calculated at the specific income level in accordance with California Health and Safety Code Section 50053 and implemented regulations. So it does say it.
But it doesn't have the list of explanations like water, electric, gas, cable, internet.
So-
phone.
Yeah, just
Hey,
cable.
So we
Joey.
have, sorry, we have utility tables that we actually put out every year. The utility tables get adjusted, and each individual developer or property manager will select whether they're using gas or electric to heat the house, or to use if it's electric or solar. We haven't established the solar one yet, but I recently saw that one. It's a HUD table by the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. They put out the standard, and then that is utilized by each community, each jurisdiction, and they set that utility standard.
So could we put that explanation parenthetically, much like we did in 2 below, and just say it's based on the standard HUD table, or whatever reference you need to do?
Sure, we can put the reference to the utility table.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, and I just had, is internet access included in that?
I mean,
No.
Chairman Ayers, if I may, I mean, in all fairness, I don't think that HUD is exactly like on the cutting edge of what we need to be looking at right now. So let's get a little bit more broad in our thinking here.
It's a standard set by the state and the federal government.
That's fantastic. I am so pleased to hear that, but I do not think HUD is maybe where we need to be like actually landing here.
Well, that is where it is based. So
Well,
that's
Bruce,
all I'm saying.
you brought up internet access, which would be in terms of equality for Encinitas. I mean, I've got a first grader who's got classmates who really can't do their classwork because they don't have good internet, and it's a fairness issue. It's like, seems to me, I don't know if it's on the HUD list, but it should be on the Encinitas list.
That's precisely my point. That's why all I was looking for was a list of the, because I think there are certain things that are mandatory here. And in particular, there's internet access and cell phone costs too, while you're at it, that come into, are those included or not? And we're talking about the code here. And this is for the city of Encinitas, this dictates the policy. I mean, this is the implementation of the higher level fairness policy and whatnot. So I just want to be clear, bright line, like I say. So I don't know what it sounds like Amy would rather leave it open. Kevin, you may be more like.
I would say I'm good with basically gathering this stuff from the HUD list, making sure that internet access is on there. It's the only thing I'm sure that gas and electric and water and all that stuff is there. Internet is something, that's a lagging indicator. There's probably a lot of government regulations that don't have that written into it yet.
Yeah, but Kevin, I mean, also like anybody's wireless, I mean, anything like that is, kids are dependent on that right now.
Well, I mean, so internet access should be included as something that
internet
just rent.
Okay, but internet doesn't necessarily mean your mobile phone.
And I don't, honestly, it gets to the point where it's like, well, suppose everyone in my extended family has a mobile phone. How many mobile phones do we pay for?
I don't know, but I think you should say internet and mobile devices.
Okay.
I think that's a can of worms.
Okay, can I let, I think Brett had his hand up first, and then Susan get in on
mute for a bit.
All right, so here we are deep in the weeds. Really, we're talking about standards across the state, that we need to adhere to, guys. We can't just pretend like someone needs to have like some funds also for takeout food also. 20 years ago, you might have put in a budget for VCRs as well. Like, we don't know what the technology is going to be. I think we just need to go with the standards that are established. And I do think that, I do agree with the point that internet is basically a right now. And if we don't have it, it's a non-equity issue. It's an equity issue. But I don't know that it's our place to put that in our code this time. I think we need to be more consistent with established standards. I mean, I understand the sentiment, but I just think we're going too far down. We're going too far in the weeds here.
No, I don't agree with that statement, because my thought was internet exactly, much like Kevin. So we may disagree there. Susan, you wanted to hop in?
I really think it's a lot safer for us and better for the city if we just go with HUD guidelines for this. And I don't think internet is really an issue that's specific to housing. I think that the Lifeline phones, please, I have the floor. Lifeline phones are something that is free for low income people already. They generally will be given internet. And although we have COVID right now, which is keeping people at home, we do have a library where people can, for free, use internet. So I think that internet is a different issue. It is an equity issue, perhaps, but I don't think it's part of this particular issue in terms of the utilities. I think that it's more of a citywide thing that should be covered under some other area that the city may want to think about in access. I know that, for example, some cities have hotspots throughout the city that anybody can hop on, and some cities have it available citywide, a citywide system that's free. So I don't know if this is something that should be on our radar for today, but I do think HUD may cover internet in its policies in the near term future if they don't already. They might already. We might want to defer to staff to ask them to check.
And I would support Susan's recommendation. I recommend that we heard the commission and your concerns in terms of potentially expanding the list of utilities to include internet, and we will include that as part of the recommendation to City Council is to consider the HUD list and whether or not the internet services are included as part of that 10 to pay utilities based on the HUD list, and then provide your recommendation to council for them to consider whether or not to include internet utilities.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, if I may quick jump in. So I pulled up the HUD doesn't cover internet, and they don't cover personal costs such as telephone. I think this is an important issue, and it is an equity issue. And I'm honestly, Brett and Susan kind of have convinced me that this is not an issue that should be addressed in this inclusionary housing ordinance. It should be addressed more of a citywide effort. How do we get internet to everyone? It shouldn't be that hard. Google's come in and wired up whole cities for free to sell them ads, I assume.
Yeah, really.
But if there's no harm in listing these things and including internet, I don't know. Actually, no, I'm taking that back. I don't think internet access, because we are now going to be we're changing all of the rents charged on every affordable unit throughout the city, not just these new units. I don't know. Should we be doing that right now? Because we're going to be missing people who are not in affordable inclusionary houses, who are going to be living right next door, who are not getting free internet. Maybe they'll piggyback it off, but.
And I'm okay with just listing it as the HUD utility table, so that at least we're tied to something concrete. And then should HUD decide in the future, or if the council decides they want to add internet, they can. But I wanted to be, because it makes a difference in the ultimate rent and the fees, that the revenue that comes back into our tables we saw here, right?
So I think I would support that. We'll just go with the HUD table with a recommendation to council that they also consider internet access and whether this is the proper time or not.
And keep in mind that internet access isn't all equal. And so if we did put it in there, I mean, one provider might be very slow, low bandwidth, and another one is really great, right? And maybe they get the free, you know, and we can't really like look at everything like that, can we? So I think it's better to just stick with HUD and then think about some citywide plan.
Yeah, and we're not dictating what people get. We're dictating what the assumption in the rent model is. So how much to subtract off, right? That it's really that financial. It doesn't show up in the actual on the ground what they get. Amy, you have your hand up too?
I'm just gonna say, I think that's incredibly backwards thinking, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but which?
What I'm saying is, if you don't start moving forward, like with mobile and or internet as part of a person's rent and or mortgage, just to me, I don't get that, but okay, I will.
Yeah. Well, and
what you guys think.
I think what the other commissioners and I are saying is that for the internet portion, we agree with you fundamentally, but it's ultimately a policy choice. And we want to highlight that to the council and let them make that ultimate decision about the internet.
Okay, but what I'm hearing is that you're basically saying to the council, we are going to recommend whatever HUD is recommending, which is way like antiquated. So that's what we're recommending. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, if you read the words that Jennifer has put up on it,
I'm reading.
And that they consider internet.
And if I could also caution the commission in terms of relying on these state and federal standards is critical. So otherwise we may run into the potential of our affordable units not qualified for the RENA and other federal housing requirements. So in order for us to qualify for those as considered an affordable unit under state and federal law, we may run into that conflict. So I just want to caution the commission, should we stray from complying with the HUD requirements?
Well, but Roy, this actually makes them more affordable because we're actually, this would actually drive the rent down by incrementally by the cost of the internet is the option, right?
So that's why I'm recommending for us to look into, instead of just based on Commissioner Flicker's recommendation, not follow. I'm just giving you a warning of that recommendation.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Susan's got something to say.
But I just wanted to add that, you know, people also need a way to get around. So are we going to say they need to have their transportation included? That's pretty essential too. So I think that other programs cover some of these other things is all I wanted to say. There are other government programs that cover to give them internet or to give them a free cell phone or to give them free transportation if they need it that badly.
And just to put this to bed, the HUD, I'm reading from their site, the utility allowance schedule must not include allowances for personal expenses such as telephone, cable TV, satellite, or wireless internet.
Well then.
And I'm thinking it shouldn't be here, and we should address this as a, you know, we actually have a new equity commissioner. I'm not sure how that's working out, but the city is looking into this, and this is like perfect meat for them. We need internet for everybody here. Everyone should have basic connectivity, just as we worry about our basic mobility, but not here. That's my feeling. I think we can get progress on this within this year if we wanted, if we pushed, but not here. I don't know, you can do what you want. No one has to do exactly what I say, but still, this is just I'm sorry, I feel strongly about this now.
Okay, so for this document here, the way it's written right now in front of us, is that acceptable? Anybody objecting to that? It does not include internet at this point. It just is HUD.
And I don't think it should.
Okay. So I think we got consensus. If we have it, I'll move on. Sure. Okay. Page 23, anything? How about page 24? Oh, that is good. On the residential development on page 24, I was just trying to understand, conversion was removed, and I was just trying to understand, maybe Jennifer, why or when?
We provided a definition for conversion.
Oh, okay. So it's not that you took it out, you just defined it separately.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And I had a question at the bottom of 24, but Jennifer answered that earlier about building a house with an ADU. Doesn't trigger.
That's right here, number 7.
Under the exemption, so it was.
Just for clarity on, oh, go ahead. Sorry. Are you done, Kevin?
I'm done.
Okay. On 24, where we say residential care facility, shall mean any residential facility general as defined. I'm curious why we didn't just use residential care facility, comma, general in the document everywhere we say that, so that we are always clear that we're talking the 7 or more, not 6 or less. And this defines it kind of locally, but it changes the definition from the definition section of the zoning code, or it adds a new one.
So we changed during the group home permit, we modified the definition of residential care facility and took out, instead of having 2 separate definitions for general and limited, we just did the one residential care facility definition, and then added those sentences at the end that said, this is general is 7 or more, and limited was 6 or less.
And this entire inclusionary discussion only applies to residential care general, which we kind of say here, but we use the term residential care facility, and I'm afraid people will get confused and conflate it with the other part of the code. And I think it would just be cleaner if we use 4 words, residential care facility general, everywhere in here, and just eliminate this definition entirely. Because then we're using the global definition in the way we use it in the rest of the code.
I concur.
Anybody else? Yes, no? Susan, you have your...
I'm looking at our definition. It's quite, in our Title 30 is quite detailed. And I remember working on this some time back. It seems like pointless to redefine something slightly differently.
Right, we're just calling attention that the definition is provided within the regular section of the code.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And then use that term throughout here where we talk about residential care facility, so we're clear. It's always general in here and has the word general attached to it, where it's a replace everywhere, right? Within this, yeah.
Maybe we should refer to that residential care, comma, general. That's the definition in Title 30.
That's
30.04.10.
Yep, that's exactly what you wrote.
In this definition. This definition means that, and actually put that, so you don't have to figure out. Does that make sense? Because under the main definitions, it's called residential care / general. Instead of changing it everywhere else in this ordinance, we could change residential care facility to say as defined under the heading residential care, general, and there'll be no confusion.
So this is where I was talking about, remember the group home permit, we modified that. It's not, you don't see that right now if you're looking at the current code. And so we changed it to just residential care facility within the main definition section, but until that's adopted by Coastal Commission, you won't actually see it incorporated into that section yet, if you're looking at the code online.
I accept what you say, and I removed any objections I have to this.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it takes time to propagate these changes through, but we should try and get them all consistent is my point, so.
Should we move into exemptions? I think that's really a meaty section.
I think Susan had her hand up, and I had a comment too there.
Sorry.
So this isn't a two-man show, right?
Oh, yeah. I agree. So sorry.
Sorry.
I want to get this done too.
Like this.
Susan had her hand up first, I think.
Susan, did you have your hand up, or you're muted? There you go.
Sorry about that. I was looking down further. We're not quite where I'm looking yet.
Okay.
I'm looking at some of these exemptions I was looking at. I'm sorry.
Okay, Brett.
I was just curious, but so it's twisted language, and I think you're right in picking up on it. The residential care, I don't see it from my screen now, but just to call it residential care facility, general. Is that something we've defined, or is that an industry standard for planning? Because just a quick Google, I don't see that. Or are we tied into it because of the residential care facility ordinances that we previously worked on? In other words, this whole thing might be kind of just need to be purged and cleaned up. So go ahead, Jennifer, sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure I understand. So the residential care facility is defined within our zoning code. So within that section, we define residential care facility, and we use the terms general to define the number of units or residents served. So 7 or more being general, and then the limited was the 6 or less.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't clear on that. So if it's consistent, but there you have it.
And then we modified group homes and made them general and limited under the same kind of 7 or more or 6 or less. So we use the nomenclature within our municipal code consistently of something facility general, something facility limited. And the trick is here, this only ever applies to the general 7 or more. And what I didn't want to have is people getting confused that where we use the term residential care facility, that it might refer to all, both general and limited. So we have kind of a little local definition that says, hey, whenever I say in this section, residential care facility, I only mean the general. But if you go outside of this section, residential care facility could mean both classes together. And so I was just trying to be consistent with the rest of the code, like we edited to be consistent with group homes and limited in general, and previously we did with residential care facilities. But apparently it hasn't, that editing has not gone all the way through Coastal Commission, but it will, and we want to get to the clean definition point sometime. So where are we? We okay with the way it's written there, I guess? Just thumb up, thumb down. If there are no objections, we'll move on. Okay, that's not an objection going sideways, so we'll move on. Down to exemptions. Any comments on exemptions? Susan, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I have a problem with this number 6 exemption, construction of a new residence structure that replaces a residential structure that was destroyed or demolished within 2 years prior. What if it's a new owner? I mean, this is really just a huge like blanket giveaway, and for what purpose? It makes no sense to me that one of the things in our general plan that makes no sense to me that we allow a lot of substandard things to persist. And sometimes when somebody is going to remodel something over 50%, almost every other city, if it's over 50% remodel or over 50% new added on, everything is considered new at that point. And so to me, this is just too generous of a giveaway. And I would strike the whole thing. I would say if it was destroyed by a disaster like a fire, that's a whole different category perhaps. But if it's just somebody that just, decides they're going to tear down their house and build something else, or build, 2 units or 10 units, depending what the legislature does, at the state level, that's a whole different thing. So I see that it does say it only applies to the number of units replaced rather than if it's a greater number of units, it would still fall under this. But I really think if it's new, or even if it's over 50% remodeled, that they should pay some inclusionary fees. I mean, what's the point?
Brett, you have your hand up?
Yeah, Susan, I respectfully disagree. I think might be a sub conversation here, but one of the things about our city is we don't play games with the 50% rule, and all you find in other towns, like I've worked in companies, we did this, La Jolla, all of it, especially places like there, you play this game at 50%. So it's almost a cleaner way to, I don't know, it creates more subterfuge if we start messing around with changing how we define demolitions and rights to rebuild. So I don't think we need to kind of go that far with this. I mean, if someone wants to rebuild, we should let them rebuild their house. It helps. I mean, this actually promotes redevelopment and infill sites. So I think it should stay as proposed.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Brett. I'm prefer this to because I've seen in other jurisdictions where you see 2 walls down to the sticks, and that's considered a remodel of less than 50%. And it's such game playing goes on. And I think historically we've always had a very generous non-conformance, continuance of and I support continuing that. I don't think it's as big a floodgate as you think, Susan, especially when you take into account that the fees would be, you remember the discussion earlier about 1 through 6, they're prorated. So you're already prorating them down to maybe $1,000 here, there, 2,000, something like that. So anybody else, Kevin or Amy, comments? Sideways? Is that what that was? So it sounds like 2 one way, 1 the other, and 2 either way, or no comment. So
I would, along with something I said earlier about I'm trying to make sure I don't like impacting individual homeowners. If you're going to build a duplex, you're going to build something, be a landlord suddenly, then you're me. But here and that's sounded worse than it did in my head. If you're an individual homeowner, I don't want to be profiting off them if I can avoid it. I don't think the amount's going to be that much. And it's just good neighbors.
So the exemption, you support the exemption?
I would leave it this as it is.
Okay, so I hear 311. Is that a consensus? I can move forward?
I have a question. What about adding something about the size of that rebuild? I mean, if it's a humongous house, they could easily afford to contribute toward inclusionary affordable housing funds. If it's a really big house, you know what I'm saying?
So that's a good question. What about the, so something based on the incremental increase in square footage could trigger it'd be a proportional proportional smaller number. What's the commission think about that?
I think it'd be a good thing to refer to staff and council, maybe. Something about, because I mean, if I'm a little guy building my own house, maybe that's, you know, really going to be burdensome to me to have to come up with more fees. But if I'm building a humongous house, maybe not.
Well, Susan, let me ask you, what's a humongous house?
Well, that would be why I said refer to maybe staff and council to make that determination. Because
You're
you know,
saying
maybe
that. So what
maybe I'm biased because I came up in smaller square footages than a lot of people here live in. So I don't want to be the one that comes up with a number. I want someone else to do that. But I do think someone who couldn't build 4,500 square foot house can probably contribute toward inclusionary housing.
Well, and I think it's important to bring it back to the nexus, and I think Barry may want to hop in here, that there has to be a nexus between what is happening and the reason for the affordable. So the reason bedrooms and units are included is that with each new market rate unit, you need employees or local workers to service it. So there's a nexus that has to be met. We just can't, it's not a tax. It's actually an affordable housing. And Barry, you probably will say it much better than I just said it, but.
Yeah, well, you must have read my mind or saw me moving around a bit. So I think my concern here is really one of equal application to property owners. And when we make distinctions, there has to be a rational basis for that. And I think I agree with the chair that rational basis in this situation has to have some consistency with the nexus. So I'm uncomfortable with the idea that you would make a distinction just because one property owner has the economic ability to pay for it, where another one doesn't. So I think if we're going to make a distinction, we've got to make a distinction that is better tied to the nexus for which the fee is all about.
So we'd have to say, basically, if you're adding X amount of square footage, the likelihood is that you are either having more needs on the local infrastructure that would require more service personnel of lower income to need more housing here locally. That's the nexus.
Yes, and then you'd be trying to make that distinction based on some square footage area, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I think it gets a little tricky, and I'm not sure that our nexus study would actually support that distinction.
Well, except for the fact that we do actually look at new houses charging, the proposal is by square footage, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it actually, the current proposed law is doing exactly that. It's charging a 6,000 square foot house, double that it would charge a 3,000 square foot house. So at least the logic is there, but we need to make sure we keep that in the front of our minds as we go through our discussions, and don't slip into the, well, they can afford it more, therefore they should pay more. That's not the way the legal nexus is.
Right.
Yeah. So with that, what do people think about for increased size units, same number of units, but increases in size when rebuilding? Should there be a square footage charge or inclusionary fee?
Maybe it could just be based on that additional square footage that they built over the prior, unit, and it would just fall into the typical structure then. That way we wouldn't really do anything except if the unit exceeds the size, of the original dwelling, then any square footage beyond the original dwelling falls under this, inclusionary fee structure.
Like a simpler.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the nexus. I could do that. I'd like to ask one clarifying question. We may have already asked of staff. The ADU, so if somebody adds an ADU, does the state law exempt the ADU from these kind of fees? Or how did you say, I think you said earlier that they're exempt. Why is that?
I need to double check if the state law specifically states that this kind of impact fee is exempted, but the reason why we added it as an exemption is to continue the construction of accessory dwelling units and incentivizing that. So otherwise, as every time you're adding an ADU, you're now on top of that charging fees. While right now we don't charge any fees. We don't charge developer fees, building permit fees, anything for the development of an ADU.
Yeah. I mean, and so maybe the proposal, Susan, I'm sorry, Brett, go with Brett and then Kevin.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. So to Susan's point, I understand it. So maybe there's something in the language that says if the number of residential units or square footage is increased, then the requirements of this chapter shall be applied only to the total number of units minus number of units destroyed or demolished. Somehow we got to work in there that if there's additional area, and it does meet the criteria of the nexus, that the additional area beyond the existing structure would be subject to a fee.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like that's something that's fair. I'm not sure we could craft it right now, but I think what Barry's talking about, and you're talking about, Bruce, is making sure it has some backup.
Yeah.
And then it arrives at the goal that I think Susan has for what we're talking about.
Okay. Kevin, you have a comment?
Yeah, I actually support what Susan and Brett just said. I think that is the way to go forward on this. I'm going to make a point of order right now, which is it is 9:46. We are on page 25 and we're supposed to make it to page 36. We have not yet gotten to percentages of very low and low affordable housing. We have not gotten to the in lieu fee. I got a feeling either we're going to go way late or we are going to continue this item till our next meeting.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we should be discussing right now.
I would agree. I think my preference is to continue, but I want to hear what you, and I think we could give direction to staff in the last 15 minutes and then continue it and come back with maybe some tools that we want updated or looked at. What does everybody else think? I got one thumbs up.
Let's give it a
Brett?
shot.
No, go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, I want this to move forward too. I don't want it to be too, I mean, if we want to go line by line, it'll be too hasty. But I think there might be a comeback from staff that might be deserving here. It does take a little more thought, and then we're trying to throw some pretty big numbers out here. So, but yeah, I'd like to see how far we can get, and then have it come back with input from staff. And that's, I mean, I'm not going to be on the commission at that point probably, but that's my suggestion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. When's your last meeting, by the way?
I think this is it tonight.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. Jeez.
Ooh.
Yeah, really.
Ooh.
I feel I've seen Brett Farrow's name on another staff report just recently.
Yeah. So Kevin, you got your hand up too?
Oh, geez, I don't like this button. I keep forgetting I had it there.
So are we moving to extend or not?
I'd say it's yeah, I'd be open to extending. Brett, it's your last meeting, man. We don't want to say goodbye.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know,
we really.
I think we've got another 45 minutes to an hour here.
And so are you willing to, would you make a motion to extend?
Definitely not.
What's that?
Definitely not.
Oh, okay. So you're
Let's wrap this up.
Well, but the question is, can we get through it in 15 minutes? And I don't feel we can. Not do it. So when you say wrap it up, do you mean continue the item or not?
Maybe
Yeah, I mean,
extend
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Susan.
10:30, something like that, 10:30.
Why? Why might as well go to 11?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, like Bruce said, try to get as far as we can in the next 15 minutes, turn it over to staff, come back with more thought and information. And then, the planning commission could also work through some of the percentages and put together some proposals. So that's my proposal. Get as far as 15 minutes, send it out, wrap up our business after 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and I think the added problem was we had 2 meetings this week. So I would have liked to have spent more time. I went through a lot, but I would have liked to have spent more time reading through this. And it's unfortunate that Brett won't be there, but I think the council, it sounds like they appointed a very, very adept person that will have a lot of similar input to Brett. And so I'll make a motion to move that we adjourn at 10 o'clock and spend the next 15 minutes making what progress we can, and maybe summarize in the last 5 minutes direction we are looking for staff to come back with added information for next time.
Bruce, does that necessarily need to be a motion if we're gonna go to 10?
No, technically not. But
we have consensus.
I'm at least looking for consensus from everybody.
Okay.
And I think Brett's a yes, and I've got thumbs up. Okay, so let's do that. Moving on. So 5 more minutes of talk, and then 5 minutes of actions. What page are we on? 20?
We're still on page 25, and we're getting to the meaty section with percentages.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so just to clarify that you want to explore in this case the addition, the greater expansion of the home. And I'm gonna just bring your attention also to one is that we said existing residences which are expanded or extended would also be exempt. So my question is, people would choose then to just expand their home potentially instead of demolishing and rebuilding.
And what we're saying, if you're adding square footage, it would be essentially the incremental additional square footage would incur the fee at the rate of a single family home if it's a single family modification. So it'd be prorated, whatever we decide that proration figure is, but it would be a 1/6 of what it would normally be. I think earlier we said it might be on a full brand new house, a couple thousand, and it might be on an addition, a couple hundred.
But applicable to new construction, new homes, as well as just additions to existing homes. That's my question.
Yes, yes, because we believe we can make an argument that added square footage to existing or rebuilt houses puts an additional demand of lower income workers in the area because you have room for additional family members, bedrooms, whatnot.
Sure about that.
Can I jump in for a sec? Because I keep putting things in terms of use cases. Let's say I have a 1,200 square foot home and I build a 800 square foot addition to my home.
Yep.
Do I pay an in lieu fee for that?
Yes, and so for instance, on the numbers that we've kind of roughly discussed, it would be prorated at, I don't know what the exact proration, I have to go look the code, but let's say it's 1/6 because it's a single house. So it'd be 1/6 times $20 or $25 a square foot times 800 for the incremental.
Ooh.
So it'd be
a lot.
Well, it would not be zero, but the question is, as a city, do we support gathering affordable housing? And ultimately, it's going to be the council deciding this. But this gets back to Susan's point. Do we? How far do we spread the support for affordable housing and where uses or expansions are increasing the demand for people of affordable vocation, you know, that then we should be asking them to share in that cost and that nexus.
Can I make a proposal for moving forward on this? So no matter what we do, if we don't put it in, it's a decision point for council. If we do put it in, it's a decision point for council. Whether we do or do not put it in is basically us saying how strongly we feel about this particular issue. And I'm thinking here, it's like, yes, let's put it in.
Yeah.
Staff will flag it as something that we changed. It'll be one of the planning commission changes, and they will then put special attention to this issue. And they'll,
Commissioner Doyle, can I just interrupt you real quick? So just to teach me, what are you saying here?
I'm saying that we're going through this line by line, making changes.
Right.
Council will eventually see all of these changes, and they will either just say everything is good and move on, but they never say that. They're going to go into the parts where we stalled, like here on this one. They'll pay attention to this, and there will be discussion at council level on this exact issue.
Okay.
So if we put this in, it's not in there guaranteed.
And
council
one of
can
the reasons,
overrule us.
and one of the advantages of having a continuance right now is I'd like to go back and look at examples of a single family house existing with an addition of, you know, 1 room, 2 rooms with nominal square footages and what kind of fees those are. I would certainly want them to be very nominal. So it may come down to when we set the proration schedule for 0 to 6, 1 to 6, then maybe we look at for 1 family home, maybe it's even lower than what was in the current code, in the current proposed code.
And another point of order, as we're coming up to the 5-minute mark.
Yeah.
This is something I think we want this kind of research, or a little bit of this research from staff when we see this next. And I think this is I'll suggest this might be a good idea to direct our attention to what we'd like from staff next time around.
I agree. Anybody else? What are you looking for? I'd like to see some of the samples from the KMA study account for the fractional inclusionary and see what that does to the red, green, blue in particular.
Agreed. Agreed.
Other things we're looking for? Anybody?
I keep breaking things down into use cases. So I'm always trying to think about somebody who lives near me and has a house. There's, you know, a lot of these little 1,000 square foot shacks, which people will add to, or someone else will buy. And now, you know, do they bulldoze them flat and start over, or do they add on to the house with, you know, another house? So I know that the Nexus study, the KMA study was a little confusing because in the primary chart, it didn't really list, you had to dig into the weeds to figure out just how big the lots we were talking about were. So it's like we had the instance with a 1/2 acre lot where the affordable units went from 1 to 2. It's like, whoa, big change, you know? And it's, so I think our big projects are reflected well in here. Our small projects, this is where, you know, we can hurt people, residents.
Yep.
That's where I want to. So if I could get even a couple of, like, let's take some random small homes, some jobs that we've actually done in the last year or two and say, well, what would have happened to them had this been in place? You know, just even a 6 examples or something. It would be.
I completely agree. So like a single family addition, a duplex, going in where a single family was, and maybe even a 3, 4, 5 unit, right? That's what you're talking about? And then I got a thumbs up from Brett. I also have a hands up from Brett. You want to talk, Brett?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I don't want to talk on this subject, but Are we done with this one, or can I jump to another idea that I want to see that I think would benefit us to know about?
It's really a question. Jennifer, do you understand the second item? I think that's.
Can we clarify? You're basically wanting me to apply what the inclusionary fee would be for these projects?
Yeah.
I think so, yes.
That's the one that would impact.
And I think you were asking for some examples too, right? Some specifics.
For examples of a single family, a duplex, a new duplex, or a single house going to a duplex, and then something in the 3, 4, 5, but not beyond 6.
Yeah, I mean, the Palm residence, which went from 3 to 2. I don't know if that affects. It went from 3 to 2, but I mean that's like already that's a very palatial home. I think Cardiff probably has a lot of really good examples. I can think of a couple over the last couple of years that went from a single house spanning 2 lots to a twin home with condo. There's a couple of scenarios there, but that would be one. That's the kind of thing I want to.
Okay, and then
I'll talk to Roy about specific projects.
I think you guys can.
Wonderful. Brett, you were going to run out of time here, but Brett.
Real quick, just we get a lot of feedback from the public, like why aren't we doing things different? And I think Bruce, you picked some good cases of Capitola and Los Gatos and Corte Madera that it would be beneficial. I think Jennifer already has this, but to know what our fellow North County cities are doing. And also to Susan's point, what is San Clemente? What are some of like comparable situations for across the board for what's being proposed for how high can we increase the inclusionary housing to be based upon other cities that have done this and still are in compliance with state law?
Yeah. And we had that back in 2018. I think that Jennifer probably presented it back then. So, okay. Yeah, thank you. So, and add San Clemente, I think was the other bit of direction there. And then are there any other bits of items of information that will help us get to a closure next time when we go through this? And I think we're at 10 o'clock anyways. So Roy, question about continuing and maybe Susan, Jennifer, you could stop sharing screen so we can see. I can't see everybody. Thank you. Roy, as far as continuing, next meeting is the housing element. Probably not the one we want to continue it to. No, good. What's the meeting after that like?
So the following meeting would be March 18th, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, March 18th.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've done a lot of discussions and policy at a higher level, not policy, but higher level implementation. And it's a matter of just cranking through and then getting down to these brass tacks on some of these. So,
yeah.
But it's probably a 2+ hour discussion, I can imagine, especially if they're, I would also guess we might get more public input too, given the discussion we just had. So,
if I may, I just want to, regarding item number 1, the first item that you requested in terms of KMA modifying their study to reflect the conversation regarding the difference, the jump in the 20% and the 25% increase, that discrepancy. I just want to give you a warning, or just that there may be some budgetary constraints that may preclude us from obtaining that information, but we will work with KMA and see what we could do. But just wanted to give you a heads up that that may be our response, and that would require City Council authorization of additional funds for us to conduct that study or to make those modifications. So I just wanted to provide that information so you're not surprised when we come back in March.
Yeah, well, it looks like a spreadsheet. Maybe we could make that spreadsheet public and we could all,
I could modify this pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a pretty minor change and it's pretty critical given what's going on. So, okay. And as far as March 18th, can we continue date certain to March 18th? If something comes up that we have to continue it again, we could do that. at the consent calendar, but it seems like the 18th is the next soonest.
Yes.
So with that, I would, I'll make a motion to continue this item, date certain, to March 18th.
Chair, a point of order, is public comment open or closed? Should we reopen it before we?
Good point. And I would reopen public comment. That is a good catch. Thank you, sir.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sharon.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes unanimously.
Wait, are we allowed to say bye to Brett?
Yeah, I was just looking at.
That was just one agenda item.
So
I promise to do something before the end. I hadn't realized, so, but let's get through the rest of our agenda and then we can address that.
Okay, gotcha.
And maybe the city planner can lead us in that. So future agenda items added by planning commissioners? None, including Brett, you're not allowed to add anything because you're leaving. Planning commission reports, any planning commissioner reports?
I'll jump in. So Amy and I have met with Brian Grover, the head of the chairman of the formerly known Traffic and Public Safety Commission. I think they're going to change the name to Mobility something or another. We've had a good first meeting. We are meeting with Roy and I think Anna, Lily and I, a bunch of people. We're meeting with Roy and company on Tuesday morning. And we are hopefully going to come together with something that we can have in time for our next meeting. It'll be the housing element meeting, but it'll be a shorty.
And this is in regards to
This is in regards to
Lucadia.
This is in regards to the La Costa corridor as it comes down to the 101. And we are also discussing whether it's wise to follow that around the corner down towards Hillcrest where the undercrossing is going to happen, theoretically. So we will have a report for you in our next meeting. It will not take away from our housing element time too much. Our goal is to have something to present to council in time for the CIP discussion in March, which Roy, you probably know the date of that. I don't yet. I don't know. Is that
the March 4th meeting?
No, the CIP.
Oh, we do not have a date yet.
We don't have a date yet. So we're racing against a deadline that's we don't know exactly what it is, but we know it's coming. So we're moving as quickly as we possibly can.
Yep.
Very good. Okay. And city planner reports and planning commission follow-up log?
Yes, the only thing I wanted to report out, as you had mentioned earlier, the city council selected new commissioners. We have Commissioner Doyle reappointed, and then we do have Commissioner or soon-to-be Commissioner Steve Dalton for representing Cardiff, and he will be attending the virtual Planning Commission Academy. So we have signed him up to attend that. And then last, but definitely not least, I just wanted to express our gratitude to Commissioner Farrow for all your service and contribution to the betterment of our community. Your fair approach to decision-making has been refreshing and a breath of fresh air to see that and contribute to, again, to our community. So thank you. Wish you the best, and hopefully you change your mind in the near future or sometime in the future and rejoin the commission. It's been a great honor serving with you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to echo that too. Thank you, Brett. It's been a pleasure. So, and I still have some emails from you that are action items that I will continue to follow up on with some of the code cleanup items we've discussed in the past. So, and we may reach out to ask you questions anyways. So
anytime.
You can only get so far.
Good.
We will invite you to return as we pass a resolution on your behalf. So
yeah.
Well, hey, I was real quick on while this is the moment. It's been an honor to be on the Planning Commission. It's been an honor to serve with all of you. It's been great to get to know you. even virtually, like here with Amy and Susan. I think we've done good work as a planning commission. I'm very proud of what we've done. We've been objective, we've been fair, we've meshed our policies with state law. I think that puts us in a stronger footing to negotiate for other things we want to see happen in this town, as opposed to being subjected to outside requirements. And I'm proud that we've held projects to higher standards, that we've got good projects passed, and that we rebuffed projects that needed to be worked on some more. So thank you all, and good luck with finishing by 10 o'clock in the future.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
We'll miss you, Brett.
It's been a real pleasure and an education working with you. I have changed the way I approach planning commission due to your influence. And apparently I haven't worked with Stephen, but thank you, Cardiff 101 Design Committee. Keep sending us good architects. Best of luck for whatever comes next year. I get a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of you.
Okay, and with that, I think I'll move to adjournment. Thanks, everybody. And our next regularly scheduled meeting is March 4th. So this meeting is now adjourned to the regular Planning Commission meeting of March 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. And thank you.
All right, thank you all. Have a good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Hear
See
me?
you.